At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself, a free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chess. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of a progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Welcome guys to the second half of the European Individual Women's Chess Championship here in Rhodes. The free day is behind us. Yesterday we were resting a little bit, both us in the studio and the players. So today we are awaiting some very interesting fights.
Yeah, exactly, Dragana. You seem to be rested, excited, me the same. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this second part of the tournament. I believe that players are also rested and eager to fight today. So let's go to the playing hall. We will start our broadcast with the games. Players are about to be seated. We can have our classical tour with the cameras. Camera number one, Anastasia Kirtadze, I would say surprising leader of this event. We will have a Pole playing versus Sophie Millier. Sophie was actually starting a little bit slower with the draw in the first round, in the third round, but then 3 consecutive wins. And yeah, there she is at the first table. Then we can move on. Second is free. Then, okay, Teodora Injac is not staying in this hotel. I don't know about Meri Arabidze. Let's move on. Bella Khotenashvili versus Elina Danielian. You can check all the interviews. Our ECU press officer, Stefana Milutinovic, is cutting, preparing, editing all the videos, so you can check it on our ECU YouTube channel, also ECU TV. There was a really interesting moment. Dragana also helped me a bit with that, to show you some hidden tactics in the game Bella Khotenashvili versus Meri. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Beidulayeva is here versus Lilith Mrkchian. Then we can move on.
Here we have Umaga Irina with Maltskaya, Urzala and Javakhishvili Lela with the black pieces. Batsiashvili Nino, our top seed, playing today on board number 7 with Toncheva Nadia. And here we have Kochavidana with Tsolakidou Stavroula, who is yet to come.
And Diamant Daulite Konet playing versus Susan Gaboyan. And right behind them, Anna Ushenina and Maria Gevorgyan. Let's go back to the first board. Maybe we can have a multiple view where we could catch all the moments. One important thing. Before that, maybe we can just go with our broad view, because we will have an announcement. President of ECU Zora Parashvili is here, but you cannot see him since he is at the stage. Yeah, we have this minute of silence for Friedrich Olafsson, yeah, legendary grandmaster from Iceland, who just passed away, and he was FIDE president. Very important figure of chess in general. Let's have a multiple view to catch all the games simultaneously, and we will see the moves coming very soon. Okay. Players are about to be seated.
So we have somebody playing move number 1 on board number 1.
Yes. It's Moshe. Let's go full screen from that board. If you can have a board number 1, full view.
I believe this was also Zurab greeting the players.
Camera number 1. Yes, e4 was played as a ceremonial move, and it will be retreated by our arbiter. And now we can go this multiple view. Zurab Batsiashvili is from Georgia originally, same as Kirtadze.
The new young Georgian star. Anastasia played e4 once again. e5, knight f3. We are entering Ruy Lopez. Since Zurab was one of the strongest players in Georgia, do you think that this might be like a little confidence boost for Anastasia?
I don't know, probably, might be.
Entering the main lines of Ruy Lopez. I also believe that this is the first encounter of Kirtadze and Millie, which is sort of normal since Anastasia is very young. But I believe that soon enough we will have her playing maybe even the strongest tournaments. At this moment, after only 6 rounds, Anastasia is plus 165 ELO rating points.
Really?
And only 6 rounds have passed. I mean, it's amazing.
So Teodora Injac, she's playing versus King's Indian or Greenfield today. We will see this. Bella Khotenashvili, English opening. Here we have interesting thing. Lilith playing a sideline, and Irina Bumaga, this advanced Alapin, or delayed Alapin. Okay, let's stay with board number 2 to see.
We also have Zala as a heavy gainer, 40 ELO points so far.
Okay, the games have just started. It's really hard to say what will happen. Teodora is thinking. Some photos are taken.
Everybody just looks so fresh today.
Okay, so Lilith is thinking. Bedulayeva is away from the board. They transposed a bit. Here we have classical Arkhangelsk. King's Indian, bishop g5, and Bella Khotenashvili playing this line. What do you think, Dragana? Some sharp lines. Do we have a poll maybe already?
Not yet. I
So
believe.
some sharp lines or?
I believe that we had enough time at the rest day to prepare. So if I would choose a day to maybe detour a little bit or have a sharp line, maybe I would choose this one. So I'm rooting for at least this kind of development at the tournament.
And how was your free day?
Okay, I managed to get some rest. Unfortunately, it was raining almost all day. No sun at Rhodes. So, I don't know, we tried to make use of the day as much as we could, but unfortunately it was hard to walk around because even if you had an umbrella, it's not the most joyful to walk in the rain on your only free day at the tournament. But yeah, we managed to get to the old city. I spent the day with the Bulgarian ladies. We had some plan to maybe go a little bit shopping when the rain is out, and once it stops, then we go out to have some walks. But unfortunately, even the most of the shops were closed since it was Sunday, and on Sunday in Greece nothing works. So yeah, we were having some coffee in the city center in the old town. We didn't want to give up walking around the historical views, so yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It was rainy on Rhodes, but it was not rainy on some other islands, like Simi, where I left together with Marco Biagioli, our chief arbiter, and a friend from Venice, and it was really nice, sunny. It was awesome. We took a ferry, strolled around, had a lunch there. So when I came back to Rhodes, it was also sunny, and then I went to the hotel, and then the rain started.
Yeah. Please tell me more.
So
I think that the only place I saw sun yesterday was on your Instagram story. So it's not fun. It's not fun at all.
Listen, know-how is available. You just need to ask. So next time, think about it.
Only second time in Rhodes. Next time I will know for sure how to get around and when to plan my trips. So okay.
This is actually advantage of islands, or you can move around a little bit, and there is a different climate because they are a little bit more at the sea. So it's interesting. Okay, let's prepare a setup for a second. Let's
So guys, welcome back. As you can see, now we have a very interesting guest in the studio. Today, Mr. Zurab came to Rhodes and managed to visit us here as well. So welcome to the European Championship. So the first standard question is, how satisfied are you with the organization?
Hello, dear Dragana. Hello, everybody who is listening us now. Well, I just came in the morning after overnight flight, and I'm already in the business. So it's today start the second half of the European Women's Championship. They understand the championship is going very well, very interesting. Its organization, I have no doubt about this. You know, it's a beautiful playing hall and generally playing condition. So organizers did their best, and looks like that players are also doing their best. So I was really surprised about this successful first half of the Georgian youth champion, because she is several times Girtaze become a champion of Europe in the age groups. So people ask me, you know, they wonder about this, that how it's possible. I said, okay, it's up and down. Chess always is up and down. So you go, you make some progress, then you go down, then again make some progress. So it was a few years that she has really going not so well and going down. But looks like this now she established better form, and now even analyzing the game, except the first game, to say the true, first game she have to be made in two. The opponent
Teodora,
just didn't see this, or she was in the panic. I'm sure that she saw this before, so she just forgot about to make a mate. And after this, you know, it's always, you need a luck. It was a luck, and after, I cannot see that it was a great luck. So she's playing well, which is giving motivation for the others, for more experienced chess players who are plenty of here. The best players of Europe are here. Motivation, of course, to go after the leader, and finally to score the event and to become champions or get a license for the World Cup. So I would like also just to say thank you to European Chess TV. You're doing also amazing job, and we are listening to you, and I hope that audience of people who are listening this will more and more in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind words. We also hope that our viewers are satisfied as well. And regarding Anastasia, we've just mentioned that she is plus 165, which is completely amazing, entering, let's say, the senior scene. So we wish all the luck to the young Georgian talents. Also, we had today the news, and we had 1 minute of silence about Olofsson. Maybe you can share a few words about this as well.
Sure, of course, it's a really sad news, and you know, not usually, you know, you live as long as people will remember you. And Fredrik was Mr. Fredrik Olofsson was a person, and not only person, he was a personality. And his name will be very, very long time, not only chess history and Icelandic history as well, because he, in his capacity of the first Icelandic Grandmaster and later on President of FIDE, he did a great job. Everybody remembers 72 when he was also a leading organizer for the Boris Spassky and Robert Fischer match in Reykjavik. So later on, I announced this already, but I want to repeat this, that in very difficult period of FIDE, when Viktor Korchnoi left the Soviet Union, he became officially dissident against the Soviet system. And Fredrik Olofsson had to organize 2 matches in '78 in Baguio, and he was involved in the organization, and then in '81 in Merano. So 2 matches with Viktor Korchnoi against Anatoly Karpov. And to manage all this, it was, I'm from my understanding of President Yovescu, I can say that it was most probably the most difficult period of negotiation, and he successfully lead this negotiation, and he stay in the FIDE history as a great president. I have an honor to meet him in person when 2015, when just I became few months, I was just few months elected president of the ECU, and we went to Iceland to celebrate his 80th birthday. It was very memorable event, and Friedrich, you know, it was for me, it was just too great to know such a person, you know, and I was truly happy about this. Later on, we meet also with FIDE president, the time FIDE president. I'm talking about the number 6, Girsani Lumzhinov. We went also together to Iceland. Again, we met Fredrik Olofsson and opened the tournament, which is name here is Harpa, the tournament. Together, make a ceremonial first move, and later on, Girsan, as usually, he was proposing to everyone to play one blitz game. So they play with Friedrich one blitz game. In some moment, Girsan, as a politician, he offered him draw, but Grandmaster Olofsson said no draw. And I can say that in his age 80, he was playing brilliantly, and he beat, of course. I don't think that Girsan, he somehow was frustrated about this. I'm sure that it was very friendly match. But Olofsson showed that when on the chessboard, it's only competition. So this was a very important example for me, because politically he can agree for draw, but the fight had to continue. This was his
true sportsmanship.
And I truly want to share with deep condolences with my Icelandic colleagues, grandmasters and chess federation, as well as all Icelandic people. I am sure that they know Friedrich Olofsson very well. And rest in peace, dear Friedrich. Your name will stay in the golden letters in the FIDE history.
Yes, which is very, very important. Of course, the ones who have contributed to the great history will always be remembered. Coming back to slightly more happy topics, I would say.
Sure. This is life.
This is life, yes. Unfortunately, we have to deal with both the dark and the bright side every single day. We have a very interesting development in ECU, and I know that you have many projects that you're currently working on, but the one that managed to grab some spotlight recently is the robot. Can you tell us a little bit more? You've also mentioned that you're playing with one. How is it playing? Is it?
I'm thinking, should I?
Or maybe we do not reveal anything. I don't know.
You know, okay. When the first time we met in Monaco, people from Sense Robot, from China, and first of all, I was surprised that it's this robot. It's don't take a big place. It's very modest one, very small one, and in any kind of condition, a very small one, even 4 square meters, you can use it. I was surprised actually to understand to hear that the robot can play over 3,000 kilo. So wow. I tried in Monaco to play one game on that level, and around move 20 I understand that even I was with white and I try not to make mistakes, the robot in the positional style completely overplayed me. So,
on level 300.
Then later on we have a negotiation. We have a quite successful negotiation for the future for Sense Robot and for ECU, very fruitful documents, which actually will be signed here very soon. About what we are doing, what Sense Robot is doing. Of course, Sense Robot and all companies, it's a commercial company, and but you know there are good things and bad things also in the commercial market and the market generally. I would, from my experience, I will speak about my experience to understand what's going on. The robots have, of course, different level, including the beginners or teaching level of chess and etc., etc. But for grandmasters to understand today how it can help to improve your playing conditions. So, you know that I'm not playing chess long time, but I'm playing the bullet games, some blitz games, and etc., etc.
But you used to be able to
when they present one robot to me personally as the ECU president, so I have it in my home, and I try to replace with a mobile phone robot, because at least, you know, mobile phone is damaging a lot of things when you're playing chess, especially first of all, your hands are becoming different, your eyes are becoming different. With this robot, you're just playing chess. And you're playing chess with your friend, with your partner, with your opponent, doesn't matter. So I try to play on the level of the 2700. And my understanding was like this, that, okay, I lost one game, I lost two games. Then my wife actually recommended me, why go on that level, 2700? You are not playing chess 15 years, now you want to play on the level of 2700, this is impossible. So go down on the 25 level. 25 level, it's a grandmaster level, because below it's okay, master level. So I tried to play, and again was not so successful, because I understand that the robot is not playing on the level of the 2700, especially the positional game. But in tactic, it's just brilliant. It's probably 2800 in tactics minimum. So what the robot was trying from the first moves to put me in the tactical position, and I could not manage to avoid not to go in the tactical position. And in the tactics, of course, he was overplaying me. So this is, for the chess players, this is very important, because when you know that your opponent is very strong in tactics, how to avoid position to go in the tactical routes. This with robot you can learn it, how not to go. Finally, yesterday was a successful day. I managed with white not to make a complications, and finally in the end game, which was worse for me, worse end game, but I managed to save this because somehow I know what to defend exactly, and robot don't have many possibilities to make the tactical skills. 2300 I try also master level, very interesting one. Of course it's become pure tactical game, but the level of 2300 is for master, it's not for grandmaster. And somehow I managed to win against 2300, so I was really happy with this. And I'm sure that, you know, that we are speaking in the family now. My wife told me, because my son is living in US, he's a doctor, and with three children there. They are not anymore kids, they are big teenagers, let's say like this. And the boy is playing chess, my grandson. He's playing chess just for fun. And my wife told me, we have to buy one to send to US. Yes, because I will buy sure. You know, in the family, to have this robot, you have a very nice opponent or friend, like you know, improving your chess level. Sometimes I'm thinking that is this playing only chess, or can we do something else? Different things? But very, very interesting one. I'm very happy with the Sense robot, and you know that all federations now, European federations, based on our deal, will get the federations one robot. Will be sent to the addresses of the federations. And then, of course, soon, Sense Robot is promising that they will start to trade, to go for the commercial level and advertising level as well, that they will advertise. It will be very good price in the beginning. And I hope that many people who really wants to not only play chess professionally, but just to enjoy with chess, to spend nice evening or nice 1 hour, something like this, it will be great present for every kids or every adults also, because you know chess is a unique game. Kids can play, and very old people also can play. That's a unique opportunity. I would like to thank Sense Robot, and soon we will meet and sign a very interesting document here.
Yeah, so this is very important news. Basically, we know that artificial intelligence is nowadays very popular, but I also want to mention that Alan Turing, for example, the father of artificial intelligence, also wrote the first algorithm for trying to develop artificial intelligence. This is basically the basis. So now we finally have the moment where we have a decent opponent robot that you can set it to a different level and so on. And this is coming from a former above 2,700 players. So guys, you can know that it is tested pretty well. And one more important information, can it be pre-ordered right now, or is it still not available? We need to wait a little bit more for ordering.
I think after we are going to sign on the 12th, ceremonial document here, and as I know that immediately they will go to the market, and there will be the good news that the price will in the first months will be quite interesting. It will be 50% of the selling price, which they are. I really think that this is very good things that people have to, chess don't need a big investment. And this robot also doesn't cost the fortune. So, but when you have such a thing at your home, it's like an asset.
Yeah, it's like you have another person as well.
Yes, another person, Okay, it's not cooking in the kitchen, like Elon Musk is doing with his friends.
Maybe with some new update, who knows?
New update, who knows what I say. I'm joking with my wife. New updates will be maybe cleaning the house or preparing the food and etc. Why chess? Why not?
Exactly.
But first we have to prove that chess level of the robot is highest. Very nice level, very good level.
Okay, so this is very important. And thank you very much once again for coming to the studio and sharing with us your thoughts. And I believe that the first-hand experience with Sense Robot is very insightful, and that, guys, it will bring you closer maybe to the decision to pre-order it once it's available. I know that it feels very interesting to me, and that I would want to try it as well.
Sure, I think you will have opportunity also to play.
Yes, I hope so.
They're coming very soon. They're coming.
Yes, I hope so. Okay, so thank you very much. I hope that maybe you can join Alojzije now to do a short commentary.
Let's do it in the next days. Next days is better now. I think you're doing a fantastic job here.
Thank you very much.
Continue.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
So we will go on a short setup break, and we will be back very soon.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At GlobalCell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. GlobalCell supports over 190 countries. GlobalCell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of a progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. He's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Yeah, some updates. Thanks for that, Dragana. But now it's a moment that we switch to moves. Let's get the board. We can go one by one. So Kirtadze playing this Rui Lopez. Let's get the board as well. So, okay, this is all known, played many times. Black can go bishop b7. And now Anastasia is thinking, maybe we can later check the situation regarding the theory. Of course, the point is if you take always bishop d5 wins, so bishop b7 is possible. Then there are some lines with a5, sometimes not immediately but later, so it's quite popular line. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to the second board. We have King's Indian, which transposed to Benoni. I like how my Narva is playing in terms of sharpness. She's not reluctant to join some sharp complications. We also have a poll where you can express your opinion regarding today's round and outcome.
Exactly. So today's question is, who will be in the lead of the European Women's Championship after today's round? So will Anastasia manage to keep her lead? Kirtadze, will Teodora Injac, Bella Khotenashvili, take her lead, or will somebody else actually take her spot? And maybe you can write in the chat as well who will be the one taking the lead.
Exactly. So this is the position. Then we can switch to board number 3. Also interesting lines played by many strong players, Nakamura and so on. We can also check how the games are going in this line a little bit later. This is a traditional one, board number 4. Badelka is playing versus Mircea. Lilith likes to play something interesting. It's after c4 she went for e6. And yeah, this is no-line slow game. Badelka is very well prepared, but today she's taking a different course. Then we have this delayed Alapin. I was always playing knight d7. It's our next camera. Knight d7, and then after bishop d3, b6, castles, bishop b7. White goes rook e1. There are several ways now to play. It's possible to play g6, but it's also possible to play rook c8. If you go bishop c2 to play d4, then black can go queen c7. And the point is not to allow you to take with the pawn and come with the knight here. Whenever you take with the knight, it's like open Sicilian. You could have done it before. Then we can go with the camera to board number 6. Urkzala is playing splendid tournament. She's doing really well. You want to update us, Dragana?
Yes, I was checking the opening of board number 1, and seems that a4 is actually the novelty. Nobody has played a4 before.
Really? Let's try it, because it might be transposition.
Okay, if we manage to...
Yeah, let's play a4 and then maybe bishop b7.
Okay.
I believe that this must be played before. No?
No, maybe some other way. I don't know. Maybe if we add a few more moves, but...
Okay, yeah, if white goes maybe knight d2, rook e8, maybe that kind of position.
Okay, after knight d2, there are 3 games.
And rook e8, I believe after rook e8 that we will have more games. No?
No.
Okay, so a4, a novelty on this level, maybe in computer games or correspondent games. And also you can check a little bit how Bella and Elena is doing with this knight h4. So let's go on with the camera. Let's go to board number 7. It's interesting that Nadia Toncheva is ready to play this line. Okay, bishop c8. This is the passive setup. White is better, but it's quite holdable with the black pieces. Then we can move on to board number 8. With the camera we can go to board number 9. Sicilian, Stavroula's pet line. Right, then board number 10. Board number 11 and 10, we are covering that with one camera. So we can go to the next camera. This is the one, sorry, my bad. So Diamant is playing versus Gabayan, and Sabrina Vega versus and Ushenina versus Georgian. Yeah, this is interesting game. Ushenina is playing versus the Dutch defense. Queen e8. I was playing this with white. Rook e1 is the most challenging move, but it's possible to go b3, even knight d5. But here rook e1. Queen f7, this was known as like sharp line, and then after bishop f5 there is rook h4. I was analyzing this 15 years ago, and that was topical at that time, but these days not many people are playing the Dutch defense. And this one is Rossolimo, and yeah, Susan seems to be surprised. What did she play?
Queen d6.
Oh, Really? Allowing knight f7, e5? Let's say knight f7. Okay, maybe this is nothing. Okay, so maybe I can play something else. Maybe I can take on g6. Okay, but then I'm not changing the assessment. So this is not the move. What else can I do? Let me try to think. Okay, I can take on c6, yes.
And e5.
Okay, of course. Queen e6. Is this the idea? Maybe. She wants to go into that direction.
Or?
Bishop a4, knight somewhere. This is her concept. So I can take on c6, but this is nothing. So what else can I do? I can castle. No. But engine is not approving.
Disapproves it, yeah. Queen a4 maybe as well.
Queen e4, cb. Don't see anything.
Yeah, and bishop d7, okay.
Yeah, anything good there? Aha, I can go queen e2. No, but then knight d7 again. I was not getting anything. Very interesting.
So it seems like the simple bishop a4 is maybe even the best.
Okay, I can also castle, as I mentioned. This is an option. I can also go bishop e2. Maybe this is the best. Because if you go knight d7, bishop g4.
Okay.
Then if you
F5.
push f5,
You
I
will
can
have to.
retreat. And it might be tough for black. Very interesting game, already one targeted. Then we can see this game, already very solid for black. Sabrina Vega. So it was very solid approach. Monika Sochko is playing this line, which is known that is quite drawish. Yep. Yes. Everything.
Monika entering yet again another end game.
But this
so
is
early
known
in the
as
game.
very solid for black. So Kata is prepared. Then Jereptsova is having this known line. It's important who has the control here. So if white can jump to e5, sometimes white is better. Also it's possible, I don't know. The problem is also it's possible to go knight c2, knight e2, knight c3, knight e2. Then Adela having the normal, interesting position. Megaladze playing versus Kero. Here I spotted some interesting game. Savina is playing King's Indian, and similar like Monika, white entered to this known line. Black is a pawn down, but having a splendid compensation. This is quite known that here there is a pressure, bishop will come, already an interesting endgame. This one versus Dinara Wagner, it will be a mess, Sicilian mess, typical Najdorf. Kero, normal isolated pawn. I was trying to check in the playing hall a bit where to find some interesting game. This one is, it's very theoretical. This is known, this stuff.
Look at that bishop on b3.
Yeah, Radeva versus Ines Prado. This is interesting because she was playing this line versus Beidulaeva. Versus Beidulaeva, and in this position she went for knight c6. Today she went for c6. I think the best move is e4. And on e4, queen c2. This is what I was playing when I won versus Gimeshi. But here white played a3, and there was a very good game. For example, Dizdar, Croatian Grandmaster versus Maxim Rothstein, who is now
The
bronze medalist. Yeah. And Dizdar was black, and he was expert in those structures. It was ploved in 2008. It was very good, but at that time it was like a pioneer. Disdar was a pioneer. You can check maybe that game. So Disdar versus Rothstein versus Disdar, just to show you what is the concept of black. You can even go to search and search for players.
Yeah, okay. I thought going via the position,
it depends
but whichever you prefer. So Maxim was white?
Yes.
Okay. If I didn't misspell it, against Disdar. I guess I misspelled it.
Okay, while you are searching, let's check this game. Okay, it's possible to play. I think that Disdar was retreating the bishop, maybe even to e7 or f8 to g7. So taking with c3 usually favors a bit white. So how the game went?
Okay, so let me check after which moment you are. So
e3 was played instead of a3, 11th move.
yes, okay. Bishop e6 followed. Bishop d3, knight d7, a3, bishop retreats to d6, queen comes to b3, knight b6, queen c2, queen e7, castles, castles, both on long side, king b1, king b8, rook from h to e1, h5, knight f3, h4, takes, takes, e4, d takes e4, knight takes on e4, bishop g4, knight from e to d2, queen d7, rook h1, h3, g takes h3, rook takes on h3, rook takes on h3, bishop takes, knight e4, bishop g2, knight h4, bishop h3, knight f3, bishop g2, and this
so
is the repetition.
This is some kind of concept. What is black asking for out of the opening? But here bishop c3 was played, bishop d6 probably allows now e4. So she took on c3, but I know that I was analyzing this, and now it's possible to take and play bishop g7 at some stage. So here she took, and c4 was the move. Then I've noticed also something else interesting. Hang on. There was one super sharp game.
I also got you the update about Bella Khotenashvili, but once you finish with the rest,
yes,
you can go back.
You can say it.
Well, okay, it's 6 moves only played, so we are currently following a whole lot of games. Basically, it's played with white by Caruana. There was a game Caruana-Esipenko, for example, in 2021, Tata Steel tournament. Then we had Dubov against Firuza, Kovalenko against Ju. Then we had Sarana playing it with white, Topalov playing it against Adams, for example. So Korchnoi Adams, for example, Ivanišević against Esipenko.
But Elina is, let's go to board number 2 with the camera. Elina, board number 3,
I think. Yeah.
Elina is spending a lot of time.
Maybe she's not familiar with.
Yeah, because it's move 6.
Move 6, exactly.
Let's go full screen. Let's sense.
Elina played actually. D6 was played, and the comment actually involved D6 as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for this update. We will check what is. But the main move is now bishop g2, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bishop g2 or knight b4 could be also played.
Okay. Let's stay here for a second. We can get the board above them. Yeah, tense situation. You don't want to take on d5.
But since I believe that Bella was the one that... Okay, they are burning some time. Elina, of course, she's already on 53 minutes. But I thought that maybe Bella would blitz it out, the next move. But okay, this is definitely not the main expectation or preparation for today. So she's probably rechecking in her thoughts all of the lines. Or maybe just trying to decide which one to play. Did you encounter actually often this decision making over the board, like, I saw this line, I'm not quite sure before the game what will I play, but...
Okay, sometimes even Magnus was saying, but in my case it's the same, that I would come to the game with two options, and I'm not sure which one to take, and then I'm considering my opponent's approach. Is he or she nervous?
Is she blitzing
the most? And then I'm heading to that line.
Yeah, we also had our team leader, Gabriela Koskoska. When we went to the Olympiads, I would always remember her, like, I might play d5, I might play c5 first. I don't know, I want to see her face first and then I'll decide on the spot. And it was so strange for me back then, but yeah, nowadays I do understand it a little bit more. So yeah, bishop g2 or knight b4 are the most played options here. a3 was also played a few times, queen c2, knight g2 even, and queen a4, but they are definitely not the main moves, and I wouldn't expect them in this game either. And also, regarding their history, Khotenashvili and Danelian played quite a lot of games. And let's say, taking only the standard time ones, Elina is leading 6-4 in their head-to-head encounters. And also, if we take a look on the Rapid and Blitz, she's also leading 2-0. So I guess that she has this slight edge. But they've known each other for quite some time. They really played a lot, and I guess this is only the information that I managed to get, and probably they even have some games where, I don't know, it's not entered in the database, so long history, and yeah, I wouldn't take this statistics as something that has to be written in stone.
I agree with that. But yeah, you're having sometimes some doubts about your performance against some player. Yeah, so it is an info to be taken into consideration for sure. Okay, so I've also noticed that Bodana is playing an interesting game. Also, we have one. Let's go to our usual view. I noticed, for example, that Croatian player Anna Berke is having an interesting position. Is this bishop
Trapped?
Trapped, yeah, or not? For the moment, it is.
And it's a black's move, actually. So if we just simply attack it, some knight b5
okay, knight
will be
b5
falling,
is probably the idea, but then your all pieces will be stuck, yeah.
Having to support one another, yeah? Okay, so what
so
would
let's
be
say
the
that, yeah.
most precise?
Maybe black can also block and then just move around playing. I don't know, something like.
98, 96 maybe?
Yeah, I was
Like
thinking
an
maybe
idea?
to go this direction. This is how I would play it.
Just not trying to capture the piece, but simply trying to exploit that it cannot get back.
Yeah, and now when you play g3, then your king will be eternally weak. Can even come back, start pushing. So this might be a way to move on. Bodana, something happened
Yes,
in
she
the
recovers
opening.
from the previous round.
But yeah, that was really a painful draw.
Yeah, guys, if you do not remember, we had this stalemate motive that ended up on the board in Bodana's game. She was completely winning. She outplayed her opponent, but unfortunately for her, it ended in a draw. The stalemate was on the board.
Yeah, just to show it once again, we can repeat it. So this was the case, and the game ended up in a draw. Can you believe that she just took here? Of course, instead of taking some queen c3, now of course it would be stalemate again, and taking with the queen, and that's it. Because now there is no stalemate. King has this square, but after rook b1, queen a7 was a painful stalemate motive.
Yeah, you just play thinking that you finished the game and that you will get up from the
yeah, Bodana was focused that here, I have this move.
For sure, yeah.
This is what she was calculating, I believe, and then, okay, it's still a stalemate, but when you take, there is no more stalemate motive, and if you take here, my queen checkmates. So also queen, I think she was calculating all those things,
queen c6,
except
queen
immediately
c6,
queen a7.
Yeah.
Queen c6 also not a stalemate.
Just blindness, what can you do, yeah?
Exactly.
Unfortunately, it has to happen sometimes. Was it Botvinnik who played queen before with the pawn on a3? Or am I mistaken? I know that there was some kind of...
Stalemate?
Not stalemate, but just giving away the queen in one move. For example, I had a pawn on a3 and black plays queen b4, something like that.
I really don't know.
Okay. Guys, if you know what I'm talking about, help me out in the chat.
It might not be like a critical test that I don't know it, but Dragana, if I don't recall it,
maybe it even didn't happen. I don't know. I'm not sure. I remember that this was some kind of...
Usually I know those anecdotes and those stories, so it's not a great sign that I don't know, but it might be. Of course, that you are completely right. So don't worry.
If I find something, I will update you.
Okay, I'm trying to see some other games. Take a look how Bojana is doing. So she played knight g5. So how those knights came here? This one, okay, so she played Catalan, okay, and just came with her knights. So bishop g5 allows bishop g5, and on f6, knight d7. This is her concept. Playing against Croatian player. Here we have interesting queenside attack preparation. It was Scotch defense, quite popular these days. But taking on b6, maybe even castle doesn't feel right.
But especially the castle with the taking on b6, right? You're just helping your opponent to attack you faster.
Here we have interesting Benoni. They're blitzing. Usually Angelica is blitzing the moves. This one is interesting. This one caught my attention. So it was French defense, 92, she took. King d8. And piece sacrifice, prepared in David Shengelia laboratory. Bishop f4 or not. Somehow bishop f4 looks appealing, but she waited for queen a6. Bishop f4 now. Okay.
This looks so interesting, yeah?
Yeah, but
King on d6?
how to move on? How to open the file? You can maybe check, was this played, Dragana?
Yeah.
Miruna is thinking while Elizabeth is blitzing. Unfortunately, we don't have that game on the camera.
Elizabeth knows something we don't.
So take a look a little bit, guys. So g7 is attacked. I'm thinking about knight f7, knight d6. So let's say that black defends it. White is now on the move. Okay, I can take. And queen d8, only move. Now I got it. That's why she played queen c8. Okay. Some knight f7. Queen goes to knight f7, rook g8, I believe is the move.
Okay, so regarding Elizabeth's position, the database says that 11th rook e1 is actually the novelty. Before that, we had Svidler playing it with white, or Ivanchuk playing it with white, and with black we had Dolmatov in both games. And actually he had pretty good results. He won against Svidler and he managed to get a draw against Ivanchuk. But there were some games from 1990 and 1995, so very old ones. But rook e1 was never played. So this is definitely something from the lab of our friend.
Interesting. Okay. What else to check? This one looks interesting. Yeah, somehow Lan Yao is playing all the time super interesting games. Looks scary, but Chelushkina is playing that way. And this resembles a bit the game I was mentioning before, and it was Lilith Marchian's game. with the black pieces, but similar. f6 was played before. Joanna Eric is doing well. Lela Javakhishvili playing this normal stuff. I'm interested what will Marina Brunello do. Usually king h1 is the move, and move the bishop, or rook e1, rook e to d1, f to d1. So this is sometimes more precise. And then bishop f1, later even bishop g1. Where else to go? Here we have normal position. Yeah, it's still hard to say which game to follow. Normal games, maybe we should stick to the main boards. Radeva played queen a5. Interesting move, a little bit strange, but probably an interesting one. Let's say that if white goes e3, okay, she just wants to be active.
But she has burned quite some time.
Laura Unuk already enjoying a very good position.
By the way, I also saw that Laura was not feeling the greatest these days. So maybe this is why we saw what we saw on the board as well, even though she was still performing at a high level. But she was struggling a little bit with her health, so I hope that she's back in the game today, that she managed to get some nice rest, and that she's playing now with full strength.
This is super popular, this semi-Tarrasch. Everyone is playing these days this line, and this everything was played before. Many games we can even check. I believe that Sargsyan was playing. I don't know about the last games, but this is very, very theoretical. Maybe Bluebaum. I'm trying to recall whom else do we have.
I will give you an update shortly.
Very good. Thanks for that.
No problem.
Here some mess is happening. Kero. But black seems to be doing fine. Can jump in, but don't see after probably bishop d6, I don't know, cd. Okay, black still needs to fight against this pawn chain. I don't know if f6 is the move, probably. It's too risky. This one is hanging, but this is pointless. Maybe to retreat the knight, but it's too early to retreat it. Castle looks risky. It's interesting to find the move here. If I go back, this is probably the best. Maybe even to castle long later, and then to push f6. Dinara Wagner playing interesting line, and she's just preparing to launch the attack.
By the way, regarding the previous position, I do not see Bluebaum in this exact position.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
It could be in some other transpositions, or maybe
before queen f5.
Before, let's see, Berkish.
Okay, so he was Sargsyan was playing this or not? Before.
Okay, this one.
Around here, or maybe a little bit before.
Sargsyan, no, queen d5 here. Let's try to
maybe
check.
not. Maybe not. So this is the game.
Rolling Guichard. And for example, I see Giri. I see Yu Yang-ji. I see Salimova, if we're talking about our ladies over here. So the most common answer would be taking.
Yeah, but this can be tricky. Take the queen, and probably some g4 immediately. Start pushing.
And let me see what was played. G4, exactly, yeah.
G4, H4, G5, I would be afraid with the black pieces, but some players are comfortable there.
Okay, in that position, for example, Salimova has a win. So
versus Balabaeva.
yeah. Both of them, unfortunately, not playing here, but
here we have a mess. Okay. Yeah, black is just trying to get the control. The idea, if you push f4, for example, here, then knight g4 is important. So Kesaria under some pressure, also burning a lot of time. Monika Sochko, yeah, playing this position, but we have them on the camera, right?
this is board number.
Or
Number 13, no?
No, we don't have them, yeah. Sabrina Vega, what's going on here? Takes, G3, F4. Why is wrong to take? Okay, because king cannot hide then. Let's say that I play this way. I wouldn't be so afraid. But let's say bishop d6 is maybe more precise. Yeah, probably it's more precise.
B4.
Unfortunately, I cannot play bishop e7 or a6 because I will drop the pawn. I can take on e4, but this you don't want to do, so b4 is forced. Knight d1. Okay. Knight d7. I would thought about playing a5 immediately. You see, I didn't know the answer, but a5 came. I would avoid this.
This is that sense for danger you were talking about a few days ago, yeah?
I'm also making mistakes. I'm not without them, but this is my feeling that a5 should be played. And then even this knight lands on c4, I go bishop c7, and I will live with that because I'm keeping my structure intact. Because this way suddenly I'm lacking some space. I have an issue. I understand the point of Beloslava, but okay, she wants to target later in the endgame. Okay, also probably a normal way to play. Yeah, here we have that position. We have them on the camera. So let's go to our last camera, where we have board number 11. We can go full screen because we have a move, queen e6 played. And will we have bishop e2?
Bishop e2, exactly.
So tense moment.
Where do you retreat your knight? Probably d7.
Okay, knight g8 is probably not the move here. And Susan is still thinking.
Okay, well, it looked a bit dangerous. Looks like you do need to spend some time around here, especially with this, all of these jumps from the knight that were possible in the position. In the meantime, bishop e2 was not played before. And we had 2 games with short castle and 1 game with bishop d3, even though no grandmasters with white pieces, even in these 3 games. And prior the exchange, I see only 1 game of Horvat, for example, Chaba, where instead of knight c6 that happened in the game, he castled.
Okay.
It was basically your suggestion, the first most natural move that came to mind, right?
Yep.
And knight e5, for example, sorry, just to finish this, we had 3 games from Mamedov, Rauf, and 1 from Smirin, for example, so that would be the last point where we had this theory, and queen d6 was basically not the main option. The most played move is bishop d7. Also castles could be a possibility as well instead of queen d6, but Suzik went for queen d6, which then brought us, let's say, out of the theory.
Let's get the board back. I want to check what's going on in Ushenina versus Georgian. We left around rook e1, e4 stuff, and she's still thinking. So this is a really long pause, since she's already down to 48 minutes with so many moves to be played. Ushenina is really the one thinking a lot.
In all of her games, basically, yeah.
Then we can move on to see Koshavi versus Tsolakidou, Sicilian, classical Arabidze, Zimina. They're still thinking. Batsiashvili. Thinking. Nadia is thinking. Urzala. Irina Bulmaga. We have position which will probably steer to a draw. Pedulaeva. Let's go to maybe board number 3, Khotenashvili, Danilyan. This is the game. Which is really the want to follow.
So Bella didn't play bishop g2, she didn't take on b4, which were the two main options. And she played what, a3?
It's not the move which is so common.
Let me see. a3 would be the third most played, even though rarely played. And we had bishop c5. And what else? e3.
And then a5.
And a5. Okay, a5 never
Cured.
played. But even before that, I don't see. Okay, Puranik, for example. This was a rapid game, though. But still, White played after bishop c5. White played bishop g2. So yeah, we're out of theory in this one as well.
And board number 2, we have this Benoni, okay, which will be a mess, of course, and Kitadze versus Emilier. This position, I think, is the for sure position which was played many times. Dragana, but I might really be wrong.
Okay, I will recheck it once again since we have a few more moves. It might transpose into something.
I think this was Šarić, Maksudlo.
Okay, we even have a guess. I like this.
No, but okay. I'm trying to recall those lines. It's sometimes ending up with 2 pieces for a rook. If I believe this is the situation, but I'm not an e4 player, but trying to recall. Yeah, let's maybe go with the camera to that board number 1. We can go full screen, have a board above them.
By the way, in the meantime, I saw a question in the chat about the time situation on board number 33, which is a game of Lela Javakhishvili. And we just got the information from the playing hall that the clock situation is correct. So Lela is burning quite a lot of time.
So while you're checking this, maybe we should just update you with the results from not yesterday, I would say this from time to time. So get used to this.
From the previous time, yeah? From the previous round.
Yeah, yesterday was a free day. As I mentioned, I charged my batteries fully with some sun.
Yeah, you had some sun. We got it.
Fun and sun. Yeah. Next time.
I will take some notes next time, yeah, for sure.
So, these are the results. So you could see that on top 3 boards, we had 2 wins with the black pieces. I was actually guessing that we might have 2 draws on first 4 boards. Then we have draws and again win by Bedolayeva. So on top 10 boards we have 3 wins with the black pieces and 2 with the white, and in total 5 decisive games. So it's quite huge. Let's have the standings. So players leading. Of course, Anastasia is surprising leader. What is her performance?
Oh, this is an interesting question.
And also we can maybe reveal the fact about who are rating gainers, who are rating losers after 6 rounds.
Performance of Anastasia is 27.95. Can you imagine? Can you imagine this? Okay, and actually, when I was checking the standings after the 6th round, okay, I think it only then hit me that Anastasia is only a woman FIDE master, and that we have a woman FIDE master leading the, let's say, senior European individual championship, which is, I mean, quite huge. Of course, this can change, and there are ups and downs, but she's so young, and to be able to lead the European championship basically with only 15, 16 years old, it's quite an amazing achievement. And regarding, as you've mentioned, the biggest gainers, rating gainers so far, Anastasia Kirtadze for sure, the unbeaten record setter at this moment. Then, for example, we will have Urhzala, who is plus 39, then Zherebtsova Alexandra plus 30, Georgian Maria plus 31, Anna Khachatryan plus 50 almost, whom else? Rothstein Teresa is plus 32, Tirpancheren, I believe this is a young player, plus 62, plus 90 we have Nino Angelica, we had her on the camera a few days ago. So yeah, this would be the biggest gainers.
Yeah, okay, of course, Zherebtsova is now here with this
Cosma Maria.
4 points, yeah. Together with Kirtadze, they are outperforming. Yeah, let's get the pairings, just to remind you once again.
So you didn't give us any kind of prediction about today's decisive results.
Okay, I can say, let's say that I'm deleting my knowledge about the openings.
It's not the same now, yeah.
But okay.
You can say I'm deleting the knowledge, but you have it in the back of your mind.
Okay, for sure I would say before the round that second board will be fighting.
Very sharp, yeah, I agree.
First one depends of the situation, but I would also go for it, that it will be a sharp one. Bella, Elina, the same. Elina is playing that kind of chess, which...
3 out of 3 so far,
yeah.
Right?
Beidulaeva really depends if Beidulaeva will get into her position. If not, then okay, that game can end up in a draw, but if Gohar gets the position, Irina Bulmaga, Malceskaya, okay, now I know that it would be like equalish, but before the game I would maybe go for a sharp one. Then Urh versus Lela, fighting game. Nino versus Nadia, a fighting game. Arabidze versus Zimina, fighting game.
Okay.
Xavi versus Tsolakidou, fighting game. Ushenina, Georgian fight. So basically today, no draws, like maybe on the horizon, maybe 2 draws.
Are you, I wanted to say, are you brave enough to go for 10 out of 10?
No, of course not.
But yeah.
For example, 7 decisive games, or at least that position out of the, like some middle game looks like.
Okay, so this is some good forecast. It did rain yesterday, but we hope that it will rain on the boards as well with some sacrifices, let's say. And in the meantime, we managed to get an update on the opening in Anastasia's game. So, for example,
let's get the board back.
After this, okay, Anastasia just played the move. which is not the most common, but it is still played. But after bishop b7, we have this position in, for example, Murzin versus Isik, Mendonca with Krivoruchko, Ivic with Krishnakamur, Dervishi, and so on.
Can you check Šarić versus Maksudlo?
Yes, I can. And just to say that this d takes c5 is followed in the database as well with bishop e3.
Yeah, but this is also some kind of theory, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, no grandmaster games over here. And you said Šarić Maksudlo, yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's Olympiad in Batumi, if I'm not mistaken, 2018.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We can go full screen and get the board above them to see them a little bit bigger, or we can also get the multiple view with 5 boards. So let's get the multiple view.
Okay, they did play in 2018 at the Olympiad. Okay.
So here...
But we had some a5.
So here, Šarić, so that's why I said that a4 is known move when you mentioned, but it was not in the combination bishop h3, h6. So a4 immediately. Yeah, this is a known line. Rook b8, a5. Yeah, and then bishop a7, h3, but h3 is not played. So it is before castle, immediately a4. Rook b8, a5, bishop a7, because if you take, there are some tricks with taking on e5. And now h3, castles, okay, this is the position, bishop e3, same thing, but no, hang on, but not rook b8. Why I played rook b8?
No, but rook a8 was actually played in move number 12.
Okay, and then?
Not sure why though.
Okay.
Okay, because the bishop is hanging, okay. Rook a8, knight from b to d2, h6.
But the problem is if you play something like bishop b7, then maybe d5 is the idea. And that's why he played. The bishop is hanging, that's why he played Maksudlo play.
Okay, but it looks very good for me if you have to play rook b8 and rook a8, no? Rook e1, move number 14.
Hang on, knight d2.
h6.
h6.
Yeah.
Rook e1.
Rook e1, rook e8.
Yeah.
Queen c2.
Yep.
E takes on d4.
So, comparing to our game, so bishop is on b7, a5 was not played. It's a bit similar, but different. Same, but different. Okay, got it. So she took on e5, bishop e3, rook e3 will be played, but she's really burning a lot of time. So which games are we following? We are following top games. Then we said that there are some interesting ones. We were following Croatian encounter. Croatian player, Anna Berke, seems to be outplaying her opponent. The bishop is not trapped any longer. We were following Chnichkova versus Turkan.
Bodana also.
Bodana is board number
15. 51.
51, thanks. Yeah, now it's an end game. Elizabeth Kapala versus Miruna Daria Lehachi. Rook G8 just played. It will be a mess. Lan Yao, we mentioned versus Chelushkina that it will be already tough for Chelushkina. Antolak Jovana Eric. Hang on, what just happened? Yeah, she's preparing this battery. So this is a game to follow. Teresa Rostein.
Anastasia just took an f6 instead of e3.
We will check this, but this is a mess. This is a real mess. Teresa Rostein, we will follow a bit. It's board number 20 something. 27. Ines Prado versus Radeva. Radeva seems to be doing fine now. That if you take on no, it's black turn, sorry. Castle, and if you take on b7, it will be tough. Probably some knight b6. Then we have Heinemann, normal position. Regarding Pauline Guichard, the game will start. Claudia Coulon, knight c6, the best move played. Dinara Wagner, it will be a tough fight. Savina doing quite well. Megeladze under pressure versus Gunar Mamadova. Adela Velikic, she plays interesting chess. Seems to be outplaying in the opening Olivia Kilbasa. Elina Roberts is pushing. Sochko is already equal, I believe. Sabrina Vega versus Krasteva. Some pressure is around. For white, let's get the camera to check board number 11 with the board. Yeah, white is already better versus Gaboyan. Behind her is Ushenina. Played rook h4 after really big thought. Javi versus Stavroula. Okay, hard to say. So many games. This one is super complicated. Urgzala versus Lela Javakhishvili. Irina Bulmaga, this looks equal. Beidulaeva, complicated. Bella Khotenashvili, already. Yeah, a mess. And you mentioned that, let's get the camera board number 1. Here, that instead of rook e3, she took on f6.
Rook e3 with the pawn, yeah.
Yeah, but now Sophie is probably enjoying a normal game. Yeah, I think we should go for a break, and then to wait a bit will games become more complicated.
Stay with us, we will be back soon.
See you soon.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chess. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of a progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
And guys, the break is over, and as you know, the ladies didn't have any break so far, but I hope that you got recharged in this 15 minutes so that we can continue with our broadcast.
Yeah, I just noticed that Elena stood up. Whom else we can spot? Okay, now let's say bottom right is
Sabrina Vega
versus Krasteva. Then I think right behind him is Zhereptsova. Elena Roberts just stood up. Then on the left we have Mamadova.
I see also Savina next to them.
Yeah. Mamadova is playing versus whom? Versus Kesaria Megeladze. You can see them on the left, on the right. Next to Krsteva is Monika Sochko playing Kata Karashoni. Okay, playing hall is still packed with players.
Avramidou I see as well. It's on the left, the lady with the short hair, white shirt, and she is playing against Tripan Cheren. And let me just check. I mentioned that Tripan is one of the biggest gainers so far.
Yeah, let's get our 5 cameras view with the board.
And just to say this, she's 17 years old. She's a young player. And okay, she's performing around 2200. All right. That's great for her. And on her top boards, Teodora just made a move.
She just took the bishop, and she will be with 2 bishops. Very, I would say, brave choice by Narva to exchange this bishop for a knight. Take a look of this idea. This is something I've never seen so far. Usually doubling, or when you're getting a pawn, also b takes c3 can be an option, but I would play also probably rook c3. But both moves leads to Rome. Here, yeah, it looks to me that Anastasia is not unhappy with the draw. She just made a move. She's a bit long time.
Or maybe she just doesn't want to push and let her
We have already result. Kesaria lost. Hang on.
Already? What happened?
Okay, let's get our broad view camera. You can see them?
Yes. They're just standing up. You can see the arbiter in the bottom left corner.
Easy win for Gulnar.
Okay, so this is what, 2 hours in?
Yeah, let's get the board. Let's check what's going on.
And it was only 20 moves.
What was going on in this position? So it was, the game we were following, mentioning that this probably allowing this 95 was maybe already a mistake. I don't know, is queen somewhere, queen b3, okay, it's probably not a great move, queen e2, maybe b4 to start with. She played castle, allowed d3.
Oh, d3, okay. Oof,
And she went for
position.
this. Missing queen g3 probably with the mating net. Knight f2. Okay, threatening knight g4, queen h2 checkmate. So she needed to take, and then, oh, very nice touch.
And
so here if you
made
go,
him unstoppable.
so she actually failed to calculate properly. Bishop f2 and checkmate. Maybe this was missed, but I think even bishop f2 is fine for Okay, that's not correct. Okay, let's say that I don't have this queen f4. Let's say that I play something else. Maybe she wanted to go into this line. Okay. No, king h2. I can repeat the moves. Maybe I cannot. I have something like bishop c7 at some stage as well, long castle. It's not something you enter voluntarily. So she was crashed. This is a really
impressive win by Gulnar.
Any other result?
Let me check. I don't believe so. We don't have any quick draws today. So all of the ladies have prepared thoroughly throughout the free day. Nobody wanted to extend it one day more, right? To have a sort of vacation, let's say. But okay, it's round number 7. The tournament is already heated up, and we have high stakes. We have World Cup qualifying spaces, so this is something worth your while.
Let's go with our multiple view. Here Anastasia seems to be heading towards a draw, unless I'm missing something.
On the top boards, I believe Injac seems to have the biggest advantage. And what else? Maybe I didn't mention about the head-to-head of Bulmaga versus Miltsevskaya. They have played 3 standard games so far, or maybe 4, but the final result is 2-1, basically, for Bulmaga. And they have played a lot of blitz and rapid games, but we are not counting that one in. So Bulmaga is up a point in their encounter so far. Will we see today a slight change over there? We'll need to find out till the end of the round. And also seems like Bildulayeva versus Makricyan never happened before, which is quite interesting to me. This would be our board number 4. Yeah, you can see them on the board as well. Quite stable position so far, I would say. No fireworks just yet. I see that the chat is waking up as well. We have a lot of Georgian fans, some French fans as well, Serbian too. So guys, I am really interested to see who will you choose as your next leader in the poll.
How is poll?
So far I see that most of the people voted for Anastasia, while we have some separated opinions about Teodora Injac or maybe someone else. But only 5% believe that Bella will clinch the leading spot after this round. And maybe it is also important at what time actually our people, our viewers are voting, since the positions are changing all of the time. So it's not the same if you vote before the round or after 10 moves or after 20. Or maybe somebody will wait for the end of the stream to see the final results and to make sure that he is right.
Don't believe, but yeah. So she took with the pawn. It's a bit strange that she didn't want to play this position, if it happens. So Anastasia wants to play this way. If you take, I can take. If you take, rook c7, I believe. It's quite drawish, but still.
Still a long way from a result.
Okay, but now it's becoming more and more interesting. So how about our games? Leruna, she was having very complicated game. Take a look of Ines Prado versus Radeva. Here it seems that black is the one pushing.
Even though there's rook on h6? Yeah, but somehow you don't have how to... And can I simply take on d... No, I cannot. Rook on c1 is hanging. Yeah, suddenly seems like white was a bit too fast to activate some of the pieces. Well, we still have that bishop on f1.
Let's check this game. Here,
Okay.
it seems that Mariam is...
G file on fire.
Yeah.
It's a mess. The bishop on b2 is hanging.
So what's the situation here? So she abandoned the defense of this bishop, but then preparing bishop h3. That's why rook g1 was played.
And also it's useful because of the open file.
Marina Brunello is under heavy pressure. King's Indian, which can end up as a real disaster. At the same time, Miruna is playing this super complicated position. We mentioned Bodana. Okay, she's playing her game. Stefanova is trying to get back to right track.
But yet again, she's very low on time. Seems like every game she's spending so much time so early on. Like she's not confident in her moves at all.
Yeah. This happens. Lan Yao, this is the position, looks a huge mess, but white should be the one. I don't know, CD looks like a normal, because I cannot take this way because I will drop the piece. With the queen, black can take later. Jovana Eric, healthy pawn up. So we might get a surprising result here because Julia Antolak is a clear favorite and she started solidly. 2 wins, then draws with Ibrahimova and Lilith Merkchian, losing against Sophie Millier, losing against Gaboyan, and now she might lose a 3rd game in a row. Zawadzka.
But also let's not forget that Jovana was almost 2350. So, okay, it was quite some time ago, maybe 7 years. But still, she used to play at least at some point.
Can you check Zawadzka speak? I believe that I played versus Jolanta. We played, actually
Which
we played here, very close.
Here.
So I went yesterday to this Simi Island, but after Rhodes there is a bigger island named Kos Island, and then you have Leros Island. There was a tournament and I played Leros. It was King's Indian. I'm trying to recall, was it a draw or a win? I would say that I won the game. She was 24-50, I believe.
24, yeah, 48 is her peak.
Can you check this? So I would say
49.
it was like 2000, I don't know, 12 maybe.
Yeah, of course.
I think I won the game. I was white, it was King's Indian. But I remember that she was well prepared. She was 24 something.
2010.
2010, and I won, right? Leros, yeah?
You won,
Island
yeah.
next to, yeah, King's Indian, I recall. Mar del Plata.
Okay, but seems like she was giving you a little bit of a tough time, if you remember this game.
Yeah, she played
Then,
this line. I was analyzing with Kožul. I played the best moves, but it was so exhausting. Very tough game to play, but I managed to outplay her. I think I played very well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, enough of advertising myself. Let's go on.
No, this is history related to the players.
Yeah,
so.
and actually this
Useful
neighborhood. Ulvija Fatalieva seems to be pressing in the wrong way because Black is having a very good outpost and Ulvija is not having a great tournament, winning all the games with the black pieces, losing 3 games with the black pieces, 3 losses, 22-40, Zalaurh 22-30, Maria Georgian 22-70, Krsteva. So it's interesting how she's suffering with the black pieces. Avramidou, okay, complicated. So here Rook G1 was played and it's Mariam's turn. She will need to pull out a miracle to save this game because it looks really that the attack is unstoppable. Drukhanova. So Radeva we mentioned. Rook A8, A1, a sad necessity. So Rook C2, Rook C2, Rook C3, the point is probably queen B4. Rook C8, and the fun goes on. Maybe no need for this, but this is how game might develop. I wanted to play something, but then F3.
But it looks fun, at least.
Okay,
yeah.
I can play queen C7. Why not? And just say not. I said
but
why.
Visually, it looks like black is dominating.
Why? I said yes. You say no. Do you know this song from Beatles? You are too young, Dragana, to listen Beatles, I believe.
No, okay, of course. I have listened to quite some song of the Beatles.
Yeah, so Rook C1, what else can I do? Is there any trick? I don't get it why queen C7 is not the move. Okay, I can take on B4. That can be a viable idea. But the position is already -1 for black. But Victoria will need to -1.5 to dig.
In the meantime, I see that our top boards are spending a lot of time. For example, Anastasia is already on her.
Let's check this game where Laura seems to be totally dominating. Rudzinska now needs to find some cure against all those threats. Bishop f3 is about to happen. So this game we should follow and come a little bit later. So 23, Sandu Zhukova positional, Gaponenko long game. Yeah, this one we were following, but it's not easy to get somewhere. Claudia, yeah, managed to get a great game. Dinara Wagner, okay, that's a mess. But it's typical Sicilian warfare. Savina, it seems to me that, okay, she's slightly better, but maybe not easy to get anything. Adela is playing very good, but in this tournament she's spending so much time.
Yeah, and if she didn't spend that much time, maybe she would have had even more points. For example, we remember that against Wagner she managed to misplay it in her last move on her last seconds when she was completely winning. So the game ended in a draw. So hopefully she will manage to...
But this is a really like splendid position. Жеребцова versus Rubers, a mess. Elena is trying desperately to win the game and get back.
Do you think that this might be the game for her? Like
maybe,
that she's
yeah.
putting all efforts in, because if she doesn't win this one, then I guess all of the chances are maybe even gone.
I believe so, but here we have winning position from Sabrina Vega. So let's get the, yeah, okay, we don't have camera there, hang on. So what's going on? King b7, a6. This looks really desperate. Ushenina, Diamant versus Susan. The queen was sacrificed. Let's get the camera of that game. It's board number 12. No, 11, sorry. So f5. And she sacked the queen. Just like that. But now this looks that she's under heavy pressure. Let's go full screen, get the board above them. Now we will switch to that mode. Susan seems to be relaxed, but it's not.
It's not easy when you have to sacrifice the queen.
So some questions. Have you played Dragana Reykjavik Open?
Not yet, actually. I'm saying not yet. I'm leaving the doors open.
Okay, and then your favorite tournament? Second question.
Favorite tournament?
Požarevac.
Any Olympiad.
Požarevac current tournament.
No.
Just to say that, yeah, Dragana's fiance won the last game?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm happy
so
for him.
you're
He's
positive.
back on a good note. Yeah.
Again.
No, but he has this point of returning back to real life short after the game, so he's not suffering from that. Okay, I lost the game and you cannot speak to him for the next 3 days. So this is a huge plus, at least for me. So yeah.
Okay, regarding Kevin's question, I was playing in the Reykjavik Open in 2009, because I recall during Croatian Championship 2008, it's round robin, 12 players, 12 Grandmasters. I was playing this event, and it's funny, first of all, that it was played in Split. Split's a nice city. And 17 days I was staying there, because actually we added one more player. Ivan Šarić became a youth champion, maybe even world youth champion, under 18. And then they added Ivan Šarić, so it was like 13 players. And then a free day, normal free day because it's odd number, and 17 days. And I recall that at that time, it was beginning of the year. It was March or what? No, it was, trying to recall, maybe January when Fischer died. Which month was that, Dragana?
I can check.
I would go for January, but late January or February. I would go for late January.
Exactly 17th of January.
Yeah. And we heard that Bobby has passed away and so on. And then next year there was this tournament, Reykjavik Open, and I recall that my colleagues were saying that it was normal before that you go, for example, to US, and they were like offering you to stop at Iceland, play a tournament, and then move on with your ticket.
Whoa,
There was also this St. John tournament in Canada, and then I went to Reykjavik. It was March, and I recall, and at that time you could go only through Frankfurt, maybe through London, and Copenhagen. Maybe that was it. And we went to Frankfurt, Grandmaster Disder and I. And I recall when I landed to Reykjavik, actually Keflavik, where Bobby Fischer, there was a American Army base, and he was going there to play some bowling and some other stuff. It was like white. Everything was like super white, no trees. It was like snow. And I recall when I came, it was like a shock. And together also with that plane came Simutove, first Afro-African or a South African grandmaster. Maybe I said something wrong now, but I apologize. And he was thinking to go to Greenland. He was asking me, and then he was wearing like some light jacket. So I was watching him, guy, do you know how cold is how can be tricky in Reykjavik? So he catched a cold, of course, very soon and so on. And that was Bobby Fischer anniversary. I went to Selfoss to his grave. At that time it was like a really, like nothing, like very basic. I don't know how it is these days. That was my only time in Iceland, in Reykjavik. But what I loved is nature. I went to Blue Lagoon, Selfoss, then these waterfalls. I'm trying to recall geysers, and it's very interesting. There is
black sand and
there is no pollution, and you can see I don't know, like
aurora lights?
No, I couldn't see aurora lights, but you could see like I don't know, 100 kilometers you see in the far, because the air is a little bit different than in other parts of Europe, and you have this geysers and everything. So it's really nice. I loved it, and of course greetings to my friend, president of Icelandic Chess Federation, Gunnar Björnsson. He's really putting a great effort to organize this Reykjavik Open, and I know that it's on a great level, so you won't regret it. So he's always asking me, when will you come? I'm also asking him, when will he come to Croatia? And last year...
And you're just asking each other?
No, but last year he came and he went to Split with Andrea. So yeah, Iceland and Reykjavik Open. These are like the tournaments, you start your career and then you know about some tournaments. That's Reykjavik. That's Capella Grande tournament in France, in Dunkirk, close to Dunkirk. Then
Gibraltar maybe?
Gibraltar, but Gibraltar came a little bit later. So in my previous times, it was like Moscow Aeroflot Open. Then which tournaments were quite popular in Italy? Many tournaments, they are not existing now, but I asked Marco Biagioli yesterday. Porto San Giorgio, Brato, Cutro, Montecatini, Terme, all those tournaments were quite known in. Then you had in Spain, Benasque, Benidorm. I don't know which tournaments were quite popular. So I played in many, and actually that's something I'm quite proud. I played two times open tournament in Paris. That was quite known at that time, and some others. So in Greece you had Kavala as a known, then once. Acropolis tournament in Athens, Kalamaria next to Thessaloniki. And regarding my favorite tournament, depends of what you're asking. Is it a result? Is it an environment? Is it connected with conditions? I recall one tournament I played in Benidorm, and we came through Alicante, if I'm trying to recall. I also played a great tournament. Greetings to friends from Granada, Andalusia. That was really a great tournament. My wife was there. It was in this period around Easter, many processions, and it was really cool to play there. So I love that city, Granada. Okay, so I played many tournaments. When I be old, I will open my database and then I will check my tournaments where I've been.
You will get a map, a scratching map, and then one by one game.
I played in US, World Open in Philly, also US Masters in Greensboro twice. Those tournaments in US, that was really like spectacular. For example, you need to find the web page, and when you find web page, I don't know if Bill Gojberg is alive. I believe he is. You will get this info, tournaments, and without regulations, just some like 5 sentences, prize fund, when it starts, and a phone number of hotel. And then it says, let's Sheraton Hotel in Philadelphia. I was saying this story, and then suddenly you need to call. Before it was not so easy like these days. Before, like it was costly to call from Europe to US. But okay, I would call the hotel, and then first you are not sure about the number, but then okay, someone suddenly answers, and then you say, I'm calling for this chess tournament, and then the lady says, never heard of any tournament. And then you're trying to explain that days, there is some event, okay. And then you are asking about the room, and it's in those regulations, not regulations, but the web page, ask for rooms, chess rooms or something. There is a note to get a discount and so on. And then basically the lady said, yes, okay, we got your surname, and then your spelling, probably she didn't hear everything.
Is similar,
and then you're coming there and you're not sure will they have you on the list or not.
Yeah.
So it was, I played tournament in Montreal. That was a nice one. I loved it. I played in Dubai 3 times, once in Abu Dhabi in summer. It was August, so I need to like make 10 steps to the shuttle bus, and I'm always shocked about this heat wave of those 10 meters. I don't know where
pretty
else.
warm even in December over there. And
yeah, but I was counting today how much time I spent in Greece, and my conclusion is 5 months.
Oh.
So I was calculating, and like it was more than 15 times with 10 days, but maybe even more. Maybe it was 20.
Okay, so maybe you are going to apply for some kind of visa soon.
And I met my wife at Santorini Island. But it was Croatian.
Okay.
It was Croatian tour, but we didn't know each other. We just.
All right. So this is your lucky country then.
Yeah, I like Greece. I was listening last night this Rosa song for this Panis, Dimitris Mitropanis. I'm listening sometimes to Greek music, Esena Mono, Keti Garbi. But enough of that. Enough of that.
Let's go back to the
One
playing
small
hall.
question. Kevin was probably polite, just asking, and suddenly
It's opening up the
I'm
Pandora's
opening,
box.
like PhD dissertation.
Okay, it's nice to hear about some interesting anecdotes in history. It's, I believe, why.
Yeah, you can ask me about some tournaments. As I mentioned, I've been there. I've been to many places. Austria, Germany, France, Spain, Greece, and so on. In Europe mostly, but also I've been, as I mentioned, to US, UAE. Okay, so let's get the board back. So this is in traditional way. So this is board number 11. I'm checking has something changed here. Not much. White seems to be completely dominating. Then we can switch to board number 10, where rook h4 was played. Queen c4, this is the main line, and now I think bishop h6. Bishop f1. I think bishop h6 is the move. No, hang on.
I will.
No, knight g5. No, knight g5, h6. Maybe. Then I take on b7, I believe. I'm not sure about this line, but bishop f1, I don't recall that move. But maybe it stands some test. Now Anna is better, I believe. Yeah, let's go full screen to see how Anna is doing here. Here, Diaman is outplaying Susanna. Yeah, Anna seems to be confident about her position, but she's really low on time. 7 minutes, move 16. Same as our first board, we will switch there. Yeah, let's get the board above them.
She doesn't seem worried, even though it's only move number 26. And this is the position that they have. Okay, still same material. It looks rather drawish, but still some moves are yet to be played. As you've mentioned, she doesn't seem unhappy with the draw. Then I guess that she just wants to simplify the position so that we end the game.
Yeah, but Sophie now can think about creating some mess because she's really ahead on clock.
And it's funny, you were mentioning since all of the cameras that we have in the playing hall, you don't know which one is live at what moment. So it's really funny when you see the players. For example, Anastasia just looked at the camera while we were talking about her, like she knows that she's live, even though she doesn't have any light blinking, telling her that you're live. Strike a pose. And yeah, those cameras are actually looking quite small, even though they're doing a great job. So I believe that they're not a great disturbance to the players, and that by round 7 they have gotten used to.
Let's get the camera to board number 2 to check what happened there. B4 looks like a normal move. Okay. So she didn't want to play a5, which is understandable, and she didn't want to take. This looks better, I don't know, but maybe, hang on, knight e4 is coming, so I cannot do it. So what is the reason why AB shouldn't be included? Okay, bishop might come out. I don't see a point. Do you see the logics why AB is not a great move?
I'm trying to grasp it.
I don't know if I can play something like this.
Engine disapproves of everything.
Yeah, he's not, or she, giving so many compliments easily. Criticizing a lot, don't like it.
You've chosen a tough friend.
Yes. Okay, I'm trying to find a move. I don't see a move. So why AB? So BC is it's a good move, but now after knight c5.
And knight b3.
No. Knight e4 is always coming after knight b3. This is what I've sensed. So what's the difference? Why? I don't believe that now some super subtle a4, a5 will work, so I don't. d5 is hanging. What is the move now? Give me a break, I really don't know. I don't believe the sacrifice is a move, so I'm not trying that one. I can play something like bishop f3. Really? How?
What? Bishop f3?
Aha, okay. Now if we don't have this, if you push before, I just move a rook probably somewhere. And here AB, if we play the same, and I play bishop f3, you push before, and then you're on time to play bishop a6.
Okay,
and
but this
how
is really
to
subtle, yeah?
understand this, so you need to like invest so much energy to realize that.
Oof.
So here rook c1 was played, a logical way of play for Teodora.
So the fight continues.
First board, Sophie is still thinking. Let's move to this mess.
This is board number 3. Yeah.
This is a real mess. A real mess.
The A rooks got exchanged. The H file might open up soon.
So black is thinking, Elena is thinking. She can give check on f3. She can play something like taking on d5 and then giving check somewhere, but king will be moved. So I don't know which kind of move she needs to make. This is bad because e4 is hanging. Maybe she needs to play something like bishop f5. But white seems to be doing well. Bella is pushing, so here very nice touch, bishop b2, and then taking. So I love this b4. This is a fantastic move. Great move. So g5, b4. Great. So of course if you take immediately, then a1 is hanging. So bishop b2 tempo, forcing knight to move. And then if you take on d5, bishop a8, splendid. Kudos. Yeah.
Yet once again, Bella is
g5,
showing us
of course,
her
if you go
brilliance.
knight g2, then okay, you're giving your opponent some chance, but b4 and bishop b2 was really spectacular. Really spectacular. If this happens, but here bishop c5. Really spectacular. Elina is worried.
And she's only 8 minutes on the clock, while Bella has 22. So Bella seems to be keeping everything under control so far. Guys, remember that Bella was our guest in the studio a few days ago. You can always recheck the interview, you can recheck her thoughts on the ECU YouTube channel. I believe that there is already a video separated from the stream so that you can find it easier. And she basically reassured us of her brilliance even here. Okay, Elina about to make a move, or okay, having second thoughts.
Great fight. Let's check board number 4, because here we have another messy position. But maybe we should go to board number 5, because this is already, yeah, something was misplayed by Irina. Let's go to board number 5. Let's get the camera. We have now another view. Our technician Nikola is bored, so he started to play a bit. Who knows this board where we will see it later?
The important thing is that you see it.
Yeah.
And it's not
He's
covering the real board or the clock.
Man of efficiency, yeah.
Exactly. Great team helping us out.
So h5 was played. Materialistic approach, but I think it backfired, and now Alexandra is about to clinch the initiative. Seize the initiative. Regarding the situation of our all boards, we can maybe get now simultaneous view. So we can say that we have sort of equal play on the board number 1.
Anastasia working around?
Yeah, then we have a mess on board number 2, board number 3, board number 4, board number 5.
We have 5 out of 5 misses.
As I predicted, yeah. Take a look at this game. Nadia, we have her on the camera. Just a second. Let's briefly go there, because here it seems that she's
Board number 7.
Board number 7. She's really long time, and her position is bad. Well, where we will have a board now.
Ta-da-da-da.
I'm just curious.
$1 million question.
And
Here it is. Okay.
Yeah. Also, let's go to camera number 9, because here Stavroula is completely outplaying her opponent. So everywhere is a mess. Don't know where to go, what to follow.
So many tough questions.
So that was a blunder or no? How she will save the exchange? Bishop e3 coming.
And what was the situation? Just one move before this?
She was actually outplayed over the A file. Everything seems to be going. Stavroula is playing a great game. In the meantime, Rhodes, take a look. It's a mess and she's under heavy fire, but we'll stay here. Just I briefly wanted to show the situation there. Laura Unuk won the game. So how it
Coming
went?
back up.
Yeah, Laura is playing Bishop f3, just played. And Laura just made it look easy. So Queen b5, I believe, it was a bit better. But maybe anyway it's dead lost.
Also, we have another result, a draw in Elizabeth Hapala versus Miruna Lehaci.
It's a draw.
The one that we followed. It's board number
Just
39.
finish this one. So, okay, she won the exchange, and that was it. Board number, which one you said? Okay, I lost you. Board number 39. Okay, they were repeating the moves. Okay. Not a bad result for player with the white pieces, since she's lower rated. In the meantime, Radeva is winning. Teresa Rošten still it's one position, but she needs to be precise. Chelushkina is lost. Božena is winning totally. Bodana having better position, typical game. She's spending a lot of time. Stefanova started to play a bit faster. Adela Velikić, 2 minutes on the clock.
Great position.
Okay, let's get our classical view. 5 boards. Let's get our multiple view. Yeah, thanks for that.
Okay, I'm very surprised that Anastasia is not worried at all. She was standing up just a few moments before this and rechecking some of the other games. Like, it's completely normal to have 7 minutes on your move number 26. Okay, the position says that it's nothing to be alarmed about, but still, she looks pretty confident. There was also a comment by Matthias that Teodora and Narva Mai are teammates in Germany. And that, as an interesting fact, Mai played her other teammate Josephine before in this event as well. So thank you, Matthias, for sharing this info.
So Sophie thinking a lot. Teodora preparing to launch the attack. Bella, bishop g4 just played. Govar, complicated, and Malteskaya with precise play is there to win. I left this game a bit to see how Nino Batsiashvili is doing versus Toncheva.
The engine bar likes her position a lot. But how do you convert it? Some queen d6 and rook c7 maybe?
Blender mate.
Okay, of course not.
Okay. Yeah.
Not that it can happen, but just to be clear.
Okay. She's controlling everything, preparing to come back. She might start pushing her passers.
Mm-hmm. So slowly, one by one.
Up with some play, but not many. Okay, regarding like computer assessment, how many equal position in top 20 we have, or at least around equal?
1, 2.
Okay, we had Govar
3.
as well, but I don't know about that position.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
2. Okay. 3. Sochko, maybe. Elena? Are we counting this one? 4. Maybe
Well,
6.
Not many.
6 stops.
So it's really, really challenging round.
And it's changing quite a lot. You cannot stick to this decision.
It's not easy to check the board, to follow. B5 just played. Sophie is still thinking. What do you think? Is there a draw offer there?
Ah, you think that this is why she thinks so much?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Wouldn't believe so.
Yeah, I'm always asking or commentating that we need some equipment, commentators, audience, that at the tournaments the VGT board gives you some info that you click something that it was a draw offer. Because in previous times it was like writing in your score sheet.
It's still writing in your score sheet, yeah.
I was never doing this, so I'm not according to the rules. I'm not playing according to the rules.
Yeah.
Please don't punish me, Dragana, when you will be an arbiter and I will be playing.
Okay.
First warning, Mr. Jankovic.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I believe that you will just, you will get that. You would act towards me, no bias.
No, of course. Following the laws only. Okay, you can give warnings without 2 minutes as well, but...
So what's going on? Bella is thinking it's not so simple. So I believe that, Sophie just made the move. Queen e2, so it was not maybe draw offer. But
or
now if she
takes,
this should just steer a draw to a draw, I believe. Maybe I can play differently. Okay, I can first give check, but then I might, this would be more precise, and it's a draw. How is our poll doing?
I just wanted to update you that Lan Yao won the game against Irina. She was doing great, but it's a new result, and Buzena just won as well.
Stefanova.
And Stefanova is coming back up. Okay, and regarding the poll, let's see. Okay, still Kirtadze is the viewer's favorite. And then we have Teodora Injac as the second one, and I don't know, people are not writing who is this someone else in the chat, so Teodora is fighting with many else's, let's say. Bella brought reinforcements.
Yeah. Cup of coffee. We should say that organizers have provided that, even some cookies, snacks.
Yeah, coffee, tea, cookies, as you mentioned.
Anastasia is thinking. I believe that she will give this check. Anything else would be a surprise to me. Irina Bulmaga versus Mosevskaya. Alexandra is still thinking. Toncheva seems to be losing by force now. Hang on. So probably something with g3. Queen e7. And now maybe just exchanging the queens. Am I missing something? Is there any trick? Which move I'm missing? Ah, Queen e5. Okay, let's get the camera to that board, because I think that Nino will just execute this.
Board number 6, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, 7, not 6. 7. And let's go full screen with the board, because I believe that here she will play this g3, and Nadia is about to lose. She's calculating this, already spotted. Nino was on 25-40, something like that, or maybe a little bit less, same as Bella Khotenashvili. So there are really strong.
Her peak was 25-28 back in 2018.
She's just rechecking, and g3 will be played.
But still, let's once again mention that Nadia knows how to surprise you with some good results. She got the qualifying spot even last year, because she finished 7th on the European Championship with 7.5 out of 10, because last year we had only 10 rounds instead of 11. So yeah, Nadia definitely should not be written off immediately, but unfortunately in this position we are soon expecting a resignation.
Yeah, but Nino needs to play precise. She needs to go for this g3 move, and then queen e5. She's still not making the move. I'm a bit surprised.
Okay, but she has enough time, right? Nadia is only on 1 minute and 40 seconds, while Nino has 20, so plenty of time to decide.
Yeah, in the meantime, okay, G3 now is about to be played. In the meantime, I mentioned that line, possible line by Kirtadze, and precisely that happened. Queen e5 now will be played, and this looks like a winning. So Queen c7 was the point was 97. I didn't spot it immediately.
Queen e5 on the board.
Mm-hmm. Adela Velikic is on last 50 seconds. And it's, I don't know which move is that.
Move number 25.
Yeah, so 15 more moves.
Oof.
Nadia on last minute and a half.
But she might be thinking whether to resign.
No, she sees that f6 loses, so she's thinking about king h6. But then there is g4, so she's rechecking if king goes here, g4 wins. If you go down, knight f6 wins. And on f6, knight f6, rook c7 does the job.
No escape out of here.
Yeah, not a great game by Nadia. Actually, the whole opening, but kudos to Nino, since here f4 was very nice. f6 played, and now she will take on f6. But this was a master class. Yeah, she took on f6, calculate everything till the end. And now it's moment to resign. We can move the board. Very smooth win for Nino. She is on 5 out of 7, winning all games with the white pieces, losing only to Elina Rubers. We can say maybe that her opening prep was not ideal.
Georgians clinching the top.
Yep. Very good show up today. Nino was well rested and did a great job. We can just go to our broad view to show you that this game finishes right in front of us. Still, games are of course in progress, only few have finished. Let's go with our classical view of top 5 boards, because here on the board number 1 we have massive exchanges, and I believe that this draw will happen quite fast. Then we can check this one. It's a mess. We will of course follow it. Elina is on the last minute. Bedulaeva, this is a mess. Bulmaga being a same material, but she has issues. Stavroula is completely dominating. Ushenina the same. Exchange up. Fire on boards.
Exactly what we were hoping for. I was rechecking the results if we had anything else, but I don't see any new ones. I was so hoping for 10 out of 10 of the results, decisive results, but seems like we won't be that fortunate.
So what's going on here? White can, of course, castle. Irina Bulmaga, f5 was played. And then g5. Okay, I believe that now Irina will somehow find a way how to steer the game to a draw. Anastasia is still trying to draw this one. Teodora Injac, this is super complicated. And this one is complicated. And Lilith is on last minute.
Don't know which one to follow.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, we mentioned Stavroula, she's just cruising towards the victory. Ushenina, as I mentioned, is winning. Susan is under heavy pressure. Monika Sochko draw versus Karashoni. Very good result for Kata. Krasteva is lost. Žerebcova mess. Velikic playing moves on last seconds, and it seems to me that she misplayed it a bit.
Okay, some rook h1 might be incoming.
Okay, maybe king will move king g8. Dinara Wagner under huge pressure. Coulon is having a good position. Radeva, is she checkmating?
Okay, this king on e2 doesn't feel comfortable as well, at all.
Yeah, so she's about to win. So let's go back to our main boards. So here it's a mess. Bella Khotenashvili, I don't know, Teodora Injac just made the move. Rook e1. Bella Khotenashvili thinking.
Taken on h4.
Okay, interesting concept. To go for that line.
I didn't think that it was going to be her choice.
Okay, she wants to stay with the king on e1, I believe, and then put pressure over the g file. Queen e6 played.
Queen e6?
Yeah, I believe rook g1 will be a follow-up.
c6 you mean?
Ah, c6, sorry, not queen e6. Maseskaya versus Bulmaga. Rook a8. Stopping b5, but what's the follow-up? We don't know. Urzala on last seconds.
Diamante just won against Susan Gabayan. So that game is finished. And Teresa Rothstein also won.
Okay, we were expecting that. How is Bodana doing?
Dragana. Okay, she's already in an endgame, which feels drawish. Equal material, rook endgame, so I don't know, might be a draw.
My Narva just made a move. Rook e8 back.
Okay, simply defending the knight on e4. But how can I create a quick mess, maybe? I wanted to play some h4.
Okay.
To try and open up.
Okay, she can double over the c file. Rook c2, rook c1. This is what white can do. Queen b1, queen b2.
Queen b2, I think she played. Yeah.
Okay. I would keep my queen on b4. It looks very nice. I would play rook c2. Let's see if this friend says it's a big mistake. So what is the threat? Knight f6 coming. Okay, so that's why she plays queen b2 to stop that move. Okay, she has some idea.
It seems like there is no way to support the f6 square so that you can actually play knight f6.
Sophie Melia just make the move. h4, I believe. Okay, it's a dead draw. c4.
Anything but draw in this moment would be a complete surprise.
So h4, for example, c4 takes, king climbs, I don't know, f5. Okay, still. Or maybe g4. Everything draws. f5 is also an option. h4 was played or not?
It was. If I can see the camera correctly.
Bulmaga just made a move. Bishop b6, bishop b5, right? The bishop. Injac, Teodora playing bishop to f3, eh?
So she doesn't feel like it's useful anymore on h5?
c4 was played by Anastasia. Yeah, I believe so. Maybe we should stick here because they are really long time. Which move is that? 20th.
Also, Narva Mai is at minute and 40. And they still have 10 more moves to play. Okay, suddenly we've entered D-time trouble, so almost on every single board you have
some firework. Kisaria played and Sophie. Okay, it's possible to lose that game. I think she should go g4.
Narva under a minute. Bishop f5 played.
Okay.
Supporting d4 knight.
Will she take it to play
Opposite color?
Yeah. And then some queen f6. I would be afraid. I believe that that's Teodora's plan. Here,
Okay, so
Danielian, really long time, less than half minute. Pushing e4 or not? Yeah?
Yeah. But the kings, how they just remained in the center. Okay, a little shaky hands on board number 4.
Lilith. Okay, now they're in time trouble. Severe. Pawn up for Lilith, but she's under pressure.
No, actually, the shakiness was from Beidulaeva, even though she's up
Yeah, but she's
on her
pawn down.
clock.
Pawn down.
And the piece is exchanged on e4, as you've suggested.
Жеребцova versus Rubers. This is a mess. A real mess. Velikic has lost a big part of her advantage.
You just gave me a small heart attack when you said she lost.
Ushenina is winning. And yeah, so many other fighting stuff. Sandu Zhukova is under heavy pressure. Heinemann made the draw versus Terbe. Fatalieva is worse, but they're out of time trouble. Zavatska is pressing. Bodana, we mentioned. Yeah, is better. But our top boards are not ending. Okay, so she pushed f5 and went for this. Probably this is also good enough. And then try to come closer. I don't know which game to stick to. Okay, this might now be easier to play, so maybe we should hang on here. Which move is that? Okay, 12 more moves. But it's
Not easy at all. Okay, Narva Mai on her last 15 seconds. Queen f6 came, as you mentioned. Okay, playing a move on her last 9 seconds, and it seems like
Teodora is completely winning.
let's see what happened. b4, was it such a bad move? And why? What am I missing?
Okay, she thought that she can push.
Bishop b5? No, okay. I thought you cannot take with the pawn and
But
I
Bishop
got
b5
excited.
is winning.
Ah, but the rook on c8 is...
Bravo, Dragana.
Okay, suddenly Okay. Bishop b5.
Yeah.
Will Teodora play it?
Is it the bishop? Let's go full screen board number 2.
You cannot take with the pawn, you cannot take with the rook. I think she realized that there
She
is...
can also take on c8 first. And then to play it, also win some spot.
Did Narva Mai realize it as well?
But bishop e5 is probably immediately more precise than taking. Let's get the board above. Also taking is good enough, and then bishop e5. Now Teodora is just rechecking.
She has enough time, 9.5 minutes, to find the correct continuation.
Yeah. Mai is aware, so let's get our classical view because we have fire on board on other boards, but here now it's obvious what will happen. Let's get our 5 games view. Since we have a mess everywhere. Bejdulayeva, Lilith. You keep an eye on Injac. But it will be like 6 wins in a row.
Consecutive ones, yes.
That's a really
impressive, especially after the tough loss in the first round. You missed the mate in 2, but you managed to come back stronger. Very inspirational from Teodora. I always knew that she is fierce, but she's somehow surprising me even more at each tournament, so I love this. And after bishop e5, the engine says that it will be +5.
Two minutes. So where to go? Batsiashvili just played, so she's trying to build something. Teodora still thinking. Bella Khotenashvili, the game goes on. Bejdulayeva, it's really hard to say. Now Lilith is super long time. 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Making a move on last 3 seconds. And a good one. Knight goes to e5, great move. Teodora is still thinking. Is there a chance that she missed this bishop e5?
I don't think so. I believe that this might have been her idea even when she played bishop f3.
Yeah, she's rechecking now. Not
so
to,
just making
not to
sure,
miss
yeah.
some mate in 2.
Yeah. Bishop e5 on the board.
Yeah. Let's go full screen to that board. With the board above. My Narva 20 seconds.
What do you play? Is this just game over?
King f8, only move. King f8 will be played. Oh, she sacked the queen. But then this is just resignation. Rook b8, she wants to go in b2, b3. Okay, let's get our view, classical view. I think this is over because she can even play. Like so. What happened? She took play rook b8. She can play any move. Later even sacrifice here. So it's game over. Kirtadze, it's possible to go wrong here. This game. Okay, it's a mess. Batsiashvili. Okay, this game will last a little bit without some huge action. How about this game? What's going on here? Really? That's a big mess. Zala versus I don't know, we have them on the camera, I believe.
Board number 6, yeah, we should have them.
Yeah.
Exactly this one.
And do we have board number 14?
I'm not sure if it's on yet. Not yet. We might get them soon enough.
So this is Urgzala versus Javakhishvili. What a mess. Yeah. I don't know, let's go back to our view.
The multiple one?
Yeah. Maybe it would be good to include Urgzala instead of first board, because they are so board 6 instead of board 1, camera 1, 6 instead of camera 1.
Since they passed the time trouble?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this one is not so important. Queen's endgame and Lilith Veldulayeva, a big mess. You see that they are very nervous. We have a resignation. Board number 2, we can maybe add some other camera if we have.
Congratulations to Teodora for coming back up to the top.
Let's get our classical view, since there is a mess.
Okay, so now she's 6 out of 7, and if Kirtadze gets a draw, they will
take a look of this position. What's going on here? How can you think of this Queen C6?
Queen C6? What? What?
Yes, I'm saying the same. You can see them, our upper left corner.
What is the idea of?
Rook C6 and some rook somewhere, I don't know. Black wins in several ways. Lilith will take the queen, yes. And then she'll move the queen somewhere. Wherever. Queen G4. I think Bedulayeva just panicked here. So everywhere is a mess. This one is probably winning for Lilith. Queen's endgame here, Bulmaga, a mess. Urgzala, total mess.
We need to
Arabidze,
rate our messes.
Real long time. We have also camera number 14, but we will edit. We can edit instead of maybe camera number 8.
In the meantime, Victoria Radeva has just won. Josephine Heinemann and Susanne Terbe made the draw.
Take a look of this mess.
I wanted to ask, is H5 incoming? But I'm not sure at all what's going on.
Yeah, Rook G6 looks tempting, but why not Rook G6? Probably some...
Will I have enough material? Rook G7 maybe?
Queen, take on it.
Aha, okay, I forgot.
Take this one. So
Yeah.
King F8, I believe, and now some checks, but maybe Black is just hiding. So that's why Zala is thinking.
Bella Khotenashvili finished?
And that game ended up in a draw, I believe.
Draw probably, yeah.
Yeah.
a small chit chat after the game.
We have Rubers. She's playing this position, and it's a really messy 50 seconds, both players. Urzala misplayed it seems so.
And Beidulaeva also finished.
Beidulaeva lost, I believe, yeah. And here Urzala misplayed it. There is a move for black, but which one? Maybe I can just take.
Simple
chess. Some check, I don't know, not check, or maybe rook no, king h8, yes. So let's check Rubers.
Whoa. King on g6.
Bishop h4. Very nice try by Elina.
Okay, and if we simply take, what's the, dh3, okay.
Let's have them full screen, Rubers. And board above them.
Bishops exchanged.
Yes. Last seconds.
Okay, it feels very frightening for white over here. And once again, a very important game for Elina to manage to come back up to the fighting spots. King f1. Knight h5 maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do. Queen e3, why not that? Queen e3 should win on spot.
d7 is hanging, but I guess it's not important.
Yeah, queen e3 and then rook g3 on queen g2.
Yeah.
Queen e... no, knight h5, your move.
Yeah.
Your move just played. Why not my move? Let me just check. Yeah, also good. Knight e1. Behind is Velikic, and that game
With Kielbasa.
they're out of time trouble.
Okay, and the game just finished.
Yeah, all the games are out of the time trouble. Let's get the classic, but we can stay here. Let's move the board. We can stay here for a second. Time trouble swindling. Elina is back to business.
Exactly.
Yeah, so she will come back. Alexandra shouldn't be worried because she's playing a great chess.
Exactly,
And
great tournament
she
so
can
far.
also fight back. Behind them is Velikic versus Kolbasa. Okay, let's have a broad view to see who is left in the playing hall. That you could see that many games have finished. Is this frozen or there? Looks like it's frozen. So let's get the board number 1 and the camera. Oh, we have a draw there. They're repeating the moves.
So no more sole leader.
Yep. Let's get the camera board number 5. Tables were turned from like very bad position. Bulmaga is now winning. So I believe that what is the winning concept? Let me think. Yeah, she can combine this. She can push, for example, but maybe this is a eternal pin. I don't know, some king f3 to stop d3. I was thinking maybe, okay, bishop g7, there is no point for that. If you push b5, then there is d3, I believe, so king f3 is the move now. Bishop f7 is too early, of course, because of rook f7, so king f3 is the move, and Alexandra from better position is suddenly fighting for a draw. Urhzala, I was mentioning this, yeah, she was totally winning. +4, really? She didn't see to take the queen.
Really?
Really? Let's go to the camera to that board. So it's board number 6. She didn't see to take the queen.
Was she counting on something else, maybe?
f7.
Wait, but it's just so simple. Was she afraid of something?
No, I don't believe. I think she didn't see. Yeah, I think it's okay. Rook g1 was also possible, but f7 was super smooth. And she lost the thread. No, she would have taken the queen for sure.
So unfortunate. She was playing a great game. Maybe she thought that she can just include rook g1 and forgot that knight g6 is covering the 6th rank. Who knows?
No, I don't believe, because on king h8 there is no check
Exactly,
after
yeah.
f7. Very.
Such a pity. And especially because you do not get this kind of chances very often in your life. Seems like in this time scramble everything is possible. So many ups and downs in this tournament.
And yeah, Lela managed to get out of the problems, and now she is winning the game. Is there a checkmate forced? Queen h3. Okay, everything wins. Okay, but no need for that. So I need to do something wiser. So this check probably is fine enough. And after this, maybe check here. Yeah. Hang on, but queen was here already. No, queen was on h4. Okay, I can take the rook.
And feels like that's it, no?
Yeah, she has several ways to win. Shocking defeat by Urzala. King f2.
She deserved this point. Very unfortunate.
So queen h2 or knight d3. Yeah, very tough.
Victoria Radeva also finished the game.
Yeah, you mentioned this, she won.
Won, yeah. Did I? I don't remember.
Knight d3 plate. So many wins. Which one she will choose?
I'm also trying to catch up with chat, since in the time scramble I didn't have the possibility to look at it. The accuracy of game number 1, 99% for Milier and 98.8 for Anastasia, which is really amazing.
Okay, she opted for this combination and she will take on e1. Because if you take rook e7, the simplest way, if rook e1, rook e7, and pawn's endgame is lost because two passers, even not possible to catch this one.
Yeah, Zala just resigned, so.
f7,
and
you see?
f7, exactly, yeah.
And taking the queen.
Is she? Look how surprised she is.
Yes.
Did you see?
Let's move the board.
Is it possible that I missed this?
Or let's say with the board, I will once again show you the moment. So this is the moment where f7 could have been played. This is what they are.
And she thought some knight g6 that is possible, but it's not. Yeah, it feels to me that she wanted to include rook g1. No, she just didn't see f7. Once again, the mysterious chess blindness. And Lela was completely aware that she was completely lost. And Marko Matic mentioned in our comment section that Teodora is the only female player to score a GM norm in Serbia, even though that Serbia had some great players, for example, like Alisa Maric, so Teodora is really...
Okay, let's move on. Let's check the next one, Meri Arabidze with the camera. This is our board number 8. Phones, I don't know if we have this camera. It's board number 8. Pawns will be pushed. Yes. Yeah, no way to stop them. So she... No, that's not that game. Is it? Or yes?
No, it's board number 9. This is Dana.
Yeah.
And you were showing, I believe, board number 8. Yeah. Okay, this is the one.
This
so
is board number 8.
Yeah?
No way to stop. Because it looked around here better for white, but nothing so deadly. What was missed? This exchange sacrifice. She forgot about this. This was missed. What was the best move? No? They were thinking about a5, but this doesn't work. So hang on. Once again, time to think. I don't believe the sacrifice is necessary. Rook c8.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a
rook
way to
d6
think.
I was mentioning, but this is not working. Rook e5 not working. Maybe to run away with the king, but
okay,
alive.
it's still.
Rook b6. Okay, this is tough.
Rook d6? And you take on c5.
Yeah, I take on e5 and c5, and there is no check. And why I cannot come here to f7? I can. Same thing. So that was missed by Zimina. And it's now too strong. Let's move to another game. Stavroula is just winning. Ushenina, board number 10. Ushenina is winning. 2 pawns up, but she needs to move. Sabrina Vega won versus Krasteva. Adela Velikic, okay, who knows what will happen in this game. Savina, a draw. Most likely. Dinara Wagner, under heavy pressure, probably lost. Coulon, who knows. This is a draw, probably Gaponenko lost versus Jarocka. Sandu, Zhukova, okay, not clear. Laura wons. Heinemann draw. Radeva, you mentioned that she won. King was too weak. Avramidou won. Okay, maybe it's a moment. Okay, let's just check this one. Lili Koridze fighting for a draw. Ziber is winning. Bodana.
Still playing? Board number 51?
Yeah, but she's about to win.
But what's up with the clock situation?
It's fine. Okay, let's have a break and then we will come back.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself, a free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Globalcell supports over 190 countries. Globalcell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. The candidate to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
The break is over. Not many of the top 10 games are still in progress.
Yeah, exactly. We can go back to the playing hall just to show that we have one game in our spotlight. That's Velikic Adela versus Kielbasa. Yeah, Adela was playing a great game. We will touch it a bit later. And somehow those two walls, rows got like empty.
So empty, yeah. This is what happens. The time scrambles suddenly. Everything is.
I want just to let's get the board just to show that the game of Fatalieva. She's reigning champion, but I think now it's close to over. She needs some kind of miracle because she will be behind how many points?
Okay, she's now having only 3 points, so.
Okay, she's now 3.5 out of 7, and the leader will have 6.
6.
So all wins and probably not enough. Yeah, it's not her tournament, but as you mentioned, sometimes it's better to have one bad tournament than one great.
I would definitely go for this, yeah.
Instead of two goods. Nice touch, 95. And she was pawn down and offered a draw. Where else we could go? Just to check. Marina Brunello. So Marina Brunello, that was a really sharp game. How this rook ended on h4.
G4, the only way to close the G file. Huh?
Yeah, crazy, but it works. D5, Marina was actually walking on tiny rope.
And somehow it seems like she managed to consolidate.
Yeah, in a great manner. And the game was drawn tactics. If you take rook e3 is coming. Bodana is still playing, Stefanova won. Okay, so let's check our active games. Let's go from top. Let's check Bulmaga versus Malteskaya.
On board number 5.
Let's get the board. So king f3 played. The best move. Bishop g1, king e2. Not to allow this, because now king d3 I believe is the idea. So always to keep this pin, because if you take with the bishop, then there is a way to maybe, I don't know, some way. King d8 was not good, but how am I? I'm pinning myself now. King e8, I don't believe it's a move. Okay, maybe rook c8. Yeah, I found it now. So this is the position, and Irina is thinking. She knows that she's close to winning, but still she needs to find a winning concept. She can go king d3. Of course, if she goes bishop c4, king e8, king d3, bishop c4 is the way. If I take on f7 is also not enough. I can maybe, okay, bishop b5 is okay. Maybe king d2, no? Trying to walk somehow. King d1. Okay, why not king d3? Hang on. I can go king d3. But engine disapproves. Is this position? This is the position, okay. Let me think.
So it's not that simple, huh?
Not simple at all. That's why she's thinking. I can, I don't know, play some bishop f4 to push, but engine a bit disapproves.
Bishop c6.
Yeah, same idea. But also, it's not the most precise. Maybe I should transfer my bishop to h6 and g5. Is that the idea? See, if I go bishop g7, engine immediately condemns.
No more amigos.
No. I can maybe play this move, also not the move. Hang on, buddy. Why we are not friends? I lost his trust.
Irina will make a move.
Let me think.
Bishop a4 played.
So this is not the best move. Which is the best move? Okay, maybe this king e2 is not the best. No. Okay, this is super subtle. Always we need to think. Zugzwang.
You found it? How?
Maybe it's some kind of zugzwang. Is rook c8 a threat? Okay, rook c8 is a threat, then it's not zugzwang. I was thinking rook g7.
Okay.
But rook g7 to get the tempo, but this is not the move, I believe. Yes, rook c8. So that move also doesn't work. If I go bishop c7, that can be a move. And then to transfer the bishop, no, rook c8 anyway. So rook c8 is the next move. If I go bishop a6, okay, this is really super subtle. If I go bishop a6, at least
it's not back in the middle.
yeah. It's fine. What else I can do? Okay, now I'm curious. Let me see.
Now it became interesting, huh?
Okay, there is no idea. Bishop d3, king e8, and bishop d6. This wins, and okay, what if I play rook c8? Probably just pushing. Okay, this is not subtle. Okay, but why bishop a4 is not good? Because of d3. Okay, I'm not sure that she will play d3. Okay, engine sometimes has own agenda. Let's move the camera to our next board. 2 pawns up.
This is board number 8 and camera number 7, which is a finished game.
Oh, Ushenina won.
Yeah.
Not yet. We don't have result yet. But will be inputted, I believe. Then
camera 1 is on board number 10, but we had 2 games that finished in the meantime, so we need to update the cameras maybe.
Okay.
Ushenina is still playing.
Yeah, I was surprised that the game was over, but it's close. Is knight g5 working? No. She can do it, but no need for that. Let's get the board above them.
rook a7, offering rook exchange. I believe black will not go for it.
Interesting that she exchanged the rook. I wouldn't do it. I would play something like rook d7 and then play bishop d4. But okay, she has her own agenda. Okay, let's go to the next board. Velikić Kilbasa.
This is camera number 2.
Okay, Adela was playing a great game.
In big time trouble.
Yeah, outplaying Olivia. Olivia is a very good player, but okay, not much. She was better. Very good game, but this rook d1 was not panic mode, but it was time trouble move. And in general, very good game of both players. But now, maybe it's Olivia is the one who can push for more. Let's check Dinara Wagner.
She's playing on board number 18.
Yeah, she's not playing on top boards. She seems to be dead lost. Tough result for her. Smietanska losing versus Bella Khotenashvili, making draw versus Bodana, winning versus Claudia Coulon in round number 5, losing yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days ago, second time I mentioned yesterday, Lilith Murcian, and now she is sort of winning versus Dinara Wagner. Rook f1 to be played, and rook comes to f5, and whole black's position will fall apart. Behind them, it's Claudia Coulon versus Jana Schneider.
And I also believe that we have another camera on from the other angle so that you can see Coulon and
Okay, interesting.
Jana as well.
Same. Let's move the board.
Exactly.
And Pauline Guichard. I don't know if we have some more cameras. This is a queen sand game. And behind them is Livia Rhodes versus Inna Gaponenko. Let's get the board. So this is Kishar versus Ibrahimova. Let's go full screen. It's a little bit easier because you will see that also we will mention the game behind.
And we also have yet another camera from the other side, so
so this is the position, and Gaponenko is the following one, which looks that it will be just a done deal. Okay, no fun for black here. She's of course lost and playing by inertia, but she will resign. Maybe it's a moment that we announce one important thing on the last day. Let's say departure day of the championship. We will have a super interesting match. A match between a robot and unrevealed grandmaster. Human, yes. Yeah. We can show you this graphics. So it will happen here on April 12th. This is a departure day of this European Chess Championship, also arrival day of forthcoming World Youth Rapid and Blitz Championship. Sense robot, a human. We will reveal it.
And maybe you can even try to guess who will be the grandmaster playing against the robot, and what do you expect? Who will win?
And we will also try to comment that match. So it will be interesting. It will be interesting for sure, guys. You could hear more about it. So yeah, this is an important announcement. Okay, let's go back. Let's go to check the playing. Yeah, no, we can go to our main boards. Let's say board number
5, if it's still in progress. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, here I think that Irina would burn some time, so maybe we should go to Ushenina versus Gevorgyan. Yeah, of course, 2 pawns are more than enough to win this, but Maria is playing, yeah, by inertia.
No doubt in former world champion skills. And I have to mention so many decisive results today. Like on the first 12 boards, we have so far only 2 draws. And the 2 games that are still being played are probably going to end in decisive results.
So what was my prediction?
So I think that we were commenting on the first 10. And I believe that, yeah, 7 or 8. I'm not sure, but yeah, amazing day. Battery is recharged after the 3 days, so fireworks on the boards. No quick draws, no easy points. Kudos for our ladies.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Ushenina is still thinking, but it's quite obvious.
Feels like we might have some mess in Adela's game.
Okay. So let's go to the next camera. And we can stay there for a while, because others are quite balanced. Okay, let's stay here. She's always well concentrated, same goes for Olivia.
What does she want to play? Was she reaching for the bishop? I hope not. Bishop b6?
Yeah, but the bishop is controlling, there is no checkmate. Or? Why are you afraid?
Okay. No, I thought that she wouldn't even want to allow this queen f1. But I guess it's only a check. And she's yet again in another time trouble, only 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, while Olivia has 8.
In the meantime, just to say that Dinara Wagner, we can go maybe broad view, has lost the game. She was on our left. But yeah, I think
she's gone, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to this one. With the board.
Okay, the engine seems to prefer Black's position a little bit. White king definitely feels way less safe than the black one. But currently there is no way to exploit it, at least it seems so far.
Yeah, we have some action, but they're thinking a lot. Gaponenko should resign, but she's still playing. Bulmaga. Hang on, let's go to that board. Because now I think that she just misplayed it completely, and that Alexandra. Yeah, she played bishop d4, but now she will be a piece down. She will need to resign. Bulmaga from lost position, not lost, but bad position out of the opening, is coming to 5.5 out of 7. Out of 7, which is very, very good.
E6, impossible to stop. Sad moments for Alexandra.
Seconds. Rook d4, but everyone now knows that the game is over. She takes on f7, play rook b7. Okay, rook b7, no need. e6 probably will be played. She can also start with e6 if she wishes.
e6, maybe some rook e4, and maybe that was the idea.
Yeah, but then b pawn queens, but never mind. Of course,
yeah,
taking on f7
lost
is
completely. Yeah, the simplest solution, right?
You're right.
e6 just played. Alexandra is having only 1 minute on her clock. Will we see a resignation over here, or will it go on for a few more moves?
Tough game for Alexandra. It's similar like the game versus Kirtadze. So she was trying to keep the game alive. She was pushing a bit, but then she was unlucky. Now I think she's aware completely what has happened.
30 seconds on the clock.
What? Kilbasa forgot about her queen. Let's go with the camera there.
What?
Let's go to that game. Velikic.
15? Board
She
number 15?
completely forgot that. She completely forgot that bishop f3 forces the queen exchange, and now she's lost.
Okay, when you said she forgot about her queen, I thought she...
Okay, but bishop f3,
Gave it
that
away.
queen c2
Yeah,
or queen d3, just exchanges the queens. So Della is now just winning. But let's go to board number 5, because we have a handshake. Irina Bulmaga won.
5.5 out of 7.
Let's get the broad view. Yeah, she's disappointed, leaving the.
And understandably, yeah.
Irina Bulmaga happy, 5.5 out.
Great result. And with this, she seems to be climbing to spot number 4.
Let's get the camera to Velikić Kilbasa, or to briefly check what do we have one by one.
Okay, so this is Adela with Kilbasa.
This is Ushenina versus Georgian. Let's get the board so that you could see the situation as well. A full screen. So let's get the board as well. So this is Jarocka Gaponenko, of course totally lost. Gaponenko should have resigned this, but she's playing by inertia. Let's move on.
This is board number 42. Okay, so here we have
Katerina Atalik, Turkish encounter. Seems to be as a draw, but you could see the position. Let's move on. Sandu versus Zhukova will probably also end up in a draw. Okay, maybe we should stay here for a moment. Okay, so regarding standings,
currently we have 2 leaders, Anastasia Kirtadze and Teodora Injac.
Exactly.
And imagine losing the first round from the person you're sharing the
this is a
first place with.
Crazy story. And missing mate in 2, and suddenly you catch
completely
that.
Impossible to recreate.
Yeah, if Teodora won that game with a mate in 2, who knows where Anastasia would be?
Yeah. Completely incomprehensible, yeah.
Okay, then we will have a group with 5.5.
4 players so far. We have Bella Khotenashvili, Irina Bulmaga, Sophie Millier, and Lili Mkrtchian.
And we will have a big group with 5. Ushenina, when she wins the game.
Mai Narva, Elin Rubers came back, Elina Danelian, Lela Javakhishvili, Golnar Mamadova, Stavroula Tsolakidou, and so on.
Okay, this game still can become a bit complicated, but I would be surprised if this happened. Adela Velikić seems to be heading to a draw. Let's go there, because something has been misplayed.
They changed the queens?
She wanted to make a draw.
Uh-huh.
She was not interested in playing this position with two bishops.
Okay, I guess that playing the whole game with a huge time trouble.
She just went for a draw, and they will have a draw. We can stay here a bit, but they will very soon exchange. Okay, not exchange, but just move around.
Kings approaching the center.
Okay, she's setting up a blockade, and now they will just move back and forth. So it's a dead draw.
Ekaterina Talik just made a draw.
Okay, I do expect a handshake. We can move the board. Well, hang on, she's really long time. Is she aware?
She's been low on time for the whole game, basically.
She played the move on last 6 seconds. Okay, no need for that, but okay, now they will repeat the moves. Check, 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 I believe.
You don't think that Olivia will try to enter via d5?
No, okay, king d4. Nothing to do. Dead draw.
Yeah.
A really dead draw. King d4. Yeah.
And yeah.
Handshake, we can move the board.
Della seems to be satisfied.
Okay, tough game.
Anyways, a great result for Adela.
Marco Viaggioli just came, our chief arbiter.
Yeah, score sheet signed, and what do we have left?
Let's check Ushenina, or let's say Gaponenko. Okay, let's go to Gaponenko. She's thinking, preparing this let's get the board to show you that she's preparing this stalemate idea, but of course
don't say of course.
Yeah, white can avoid it. That's something.
You rephrased your sentence in the last second. Since we had the stalemate already on the tournament, I wouldn't say that I'm taking any possibility out.
I believe that now we will have handshake in next two moves. King G6 now. G5.
Mihaela Sando and Natalia Zhukova just made a draw.
We can go with the camera there. Maybe. But here also we have a handshake, there is a handshake. So our day is slowly closing. Only a few games left, but that looks... We are finishing there, discussing a bit. Some chatting?
Some interesting ideas. And I believe that Natalia didn't run the marathon yesterday, even though she noticed that there is one.
Some lips readers?
Do you know in which language they would be speaking? That's the first thing you need to ask before getting a lip reader.
I really don't know.
Maybe some Russian or some English, who knows? Okay, Pauline Guichard is on
I know
her
that
last seconds.
they have some history. If I'm not mistaken, for 2015 there was a dispute, but I don't know. Let's move on. Yeah, people who are following will recall that, but yeah, there was a dispute in 2015. Let's move the camera to another game.
Maybe we can go to Pauline Guichard since...
They're repeating the moves, I believe.
I don't know.
Yeah, there it's a
Probably.
draw.
Yeah.
Handshake. Stay here for a second. Yeah, there was a dispute in 2015, I believe, regarding some start of Mihaela, but some cheating allegations, but it's nice to see them chatting after the game at least.
Yeah, being back to normal.
Yeah. It was in some kind of nice, proper way, I would say. I don't know the topic, but...
Great sportsmanship, yeah.
Let's go to our last game, Ushenina, to check how she will convert, and then we can conclude our day. So let's stay here. Yeah, we have some other games. So let's go with the camera there. This is Lara Zagorac, Croatian player versus Trisi.
Oh, we were following her a few days ago, right?
And
Only
they're
one
repeating
other?
the moves. Hang on, I can take this rook. So let's get the board. So she can give queen a6 check, yes. Lara is trying to win. King c5, knight d3, king somewhere. I don't know. She can take on b2. And she has good chances to win this endgame. Maybe she can do something better than this. This is the one. And let's go back to Ushenina to see final moments of that game. It's our board number 10. So most likely Ushenina will come to 5 points out of 7 games.
Which will bring her back up to sharing the 7th place. And so far we have players sharing the 7th till 16th place with 5 points. Once again, just to repeat, Anastasia Kirtadze and Teodora Injac are sharing the first place. Then we have Bella Khotenashvili, Lilith Makricyan, Sophie Millier and Irina Bulmaga with 5.5 out of 7. And then this bigger group with 5 points, Mainarva, Eline Rubers, Elina Danelian, Lela Javakhishvili, Gulnar Mamadova, Stavroula Tsolakidou, Nino Batsiashvili, Meri Arabidze, Sabrina Vega, Deimante Deolit Cornet, and probably Anna Ushenina will join them in just a few moments. And regarding our poll, 40% voted then that Anastasia will remain the sole leader. 29% voted that...
Not sole leader, but she will be a leader.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that
was true?
Yeah, that's true. So basically we have, what, 70% of the answers
multiple
that are true?
choices. Yeah. Multiple choices.
Trick questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Teodora Injac, correct. She's in the lead.
Bella Khotenashvili also went up a little bit, but not yet the leader. And
But we can say that Kirtadze is leading because of direct encounter. So the correct answer, totally correct, would be Kirtadze. Yeah, thanks for following. Tomorrow, normal day, Normal day, same time.
Same place?
Yeah. So, join us, but let's stay to check this final moment of the game. Yeah, so tomorrow, Tuesday, then we have Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, last round.
And on Saturday we have the match.
Yeah, match between
with
robot
our
and
cute robot.
And the human.
Cute. I'm not allowed to say cute if the robot is beating everybody, so it's no longer cute actually.
Okay, but this game, it's completely winning, but still you need to show some technique. Luckily let's get the board, no need for board, but you could see that the color of the edge pawn promotion square is dark. So bishop wins versus king, bishop and edge pawn.
So we have just entered the 6th hour. A long day in the office for Anna Ushenina, but when you get a win, it doesn't matter for how long you played.
Of course. You tend to forget.
Yeah.
She's thinking what to do, but it's not clear.
Even though she's almost 9 minutes on the clock.
King e6, okay. He will give check, or no? Rook e2. Ushenina seems to be bored.
Or just that she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, exactly.
King d5.
Allowing king f4, king f5 might not be a good idea, because now king f4 just wins easily. I think she allowed this king f4 and no? Why not king f4? Don't get it. King f4, king f5 would just decide the game immediately. She wants to push the g-pawn. King d5, I think king f7 was better to keep the king closer to the g and h file. Anything in chat? Any final question? Not really?
I don't see anything. We also have one other game, Dragana against.
She's still playing. Okay. Yeah, we are following our main game, Ushenina Georgian. But this will probably finish soon, I believe. I believe that she will now push the edge pawn. No, super defensive style.
Super safe?
Yeah. She wants to go with, I don't know what she wants. I was thinking bishop g3. Okay, she wants bishop g3. Okay, black will move her bishop somewhere.
White will start rolling the pawns, right?
G edge. Now the king is cutted, so this is a bad sign for black.
Yeah, bishop g3 didn't allow this king a6.
Okay, Maria has enough time. Her tournament was, till this moment, quite fine. She has started well, with a win in the first round, then making draw versus Sabrina Vega, 23-80, then making draw versus Gulnar Mamadova, 23-40, then winning versus Ulvia Fatelieva, 23-87, losing versus Monika Sochko, 23-69, then winning versus Ekaterina Atalik, 23-71. So she was really doing well. King f3. Rook e3 next. Okay, still not much action.
Black knows what's coming, no way to avoid this. And Anna is playing fast enough. Improving her clock position. Rook b3, yet another check. Slowly but surely climbing with all of the pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, not much to fun. Not much fun to comment this, but what to do? We need to, follow the game till the end. She will push. Maybe. Okay, g5. The simplest. And now it just rolls itself. Yeah, she's aware what will happen, but she still makes some moves. Rook e2, I believe. Playing with the pen in hands.
That's how sure she is of the position.
Three minutes. Yeah, Maria is aware what is happening.
And Anna giving her that look like, you're still not resigning?
Rook d1. h4, I believe.
All of the ladies today in their fighting spirit. So many decisive results.
Yeah, Bodana won today, so
Really?
she recovered.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
It was drawish, I remember the last time, if I remember correctly, the last time we checked it. h5, g6. I believe anything can be played at this moment.
I don't know, really. We want some action to be speeded up. She can go king g4, nothing is wrong with that, but she can also push. Pawns are rolling itself. You mentioned one game.
Yeah, but it seems like it's already.
We can check the cameras. Do we have any
ended in a draw?
Games? Oh, they just finished some nice discussion. Having a friendly chat.
Golsta Madara playing against Johanna Passingas
from Finland.
And Madara actually having a good tournament so far. She won against 22-15 the first round. She has beaten Prado Seboines in the third. And this is her third win today, which will bring her around plus 20.
Yeah, here Lara Zagorac is just finishing queen d8, so king e8 is okay, queen f3. Yeah. Queen h5, queen h4 is the idea. Yep, queen h4. And that's it. Also, she's threatening a checkmate on d8. And also supporting the pawn to promote.
And if you exchange the queens, too many pawns to stop. So yet another win for Lara.
Yeah, she's very talented. And in this tournament, she's doing quite well. Yeah, losing against strong players like Rubers, Zhukova, Schneider, but fighting well with others. Yeah, handshake here.
And her opponent is actually very young. She's 15, 16 years old. While we also mentioned a few days ago that Lara is very young.
But almost similar age 1 year younger is Lara. Okay, this game finished.
So only one more game still in progress.
Yeah, let's go back to our main game. Last game in the playing hall. It's finishing now. We will have a handshake and we will okay, not handshake yet, but it's obvious what's going on. I just heard that Vidit lost against Magnus Rook and a knight versus Rook, but I need to check it. As I said, I played it like 10 times without going anywhere. We had it also here. Building a bridge, she wants to go bishop f6. Now she will give check, rook e6. Or rook d2. Also good enough. And bishop f6. What is she worried about? Why not bishop f6 immediately? I don't see. Okay. Didn't understand. Yeah, the agony is still in progress.
Yeah, maybe I can use this time just to mention the tie breaks, since we started mentioning it. So in the case where both of the players have the same number of points, we are including the tie breaks. So the first one is results of direct encounter. For example, now the situation we have, since Anastasia and Teodora already played, and since Anastasia won this game, this is why Anastasia is taking the higher place. Then as a second tie break, we have Puchol's cut 1, than Buchholz, and fourth one is greater number of games played with black, and after that greater number of wins.
Let's get the board just to show something, that here even bishop f6 wins. So if I go bishop f6 in this position and you go rook b6, rook d6, takes, takes, and even this wins.
This is how much the position is
Yes.
in plus for white, right?
But of course she can go first rook d7, and she will play what? Bishop e7. Okay, resignation. Let's move the board. Let's stay here for a second. And some small chat. I think that, yeah, that Anna played a very good game from the beginning. Yeah, I think we can conclude our day.
Yeah, I really hope so.
Yeah.
Since no more games are in progress, I really hope that this is it.
We covered everything, so yeah, many interesting games. I believe that we have more decisive games than results.
Which is great.
Yeah, so tomorrow, new day, 8th round.
Yeah, will we have even more decisive results tomorrow?
We will see.
Who knows? You need to come and follow us tomorrow.
Exactly, same time, same place. See us tomorrow.